folks. It's Joke of the Day Theater. Once again, bringing smiles, laughter, and warmth into the hearts of San Diegans everywhere. Unfortunately, this morning here on Joke of the Day, we are visiting with little Corky, who is an angelic child, and his mommy. Yes, the worst mommy in the world.
Oh, no.
Now, as a reminder, as always, the key to enjoying the Joke of the Day is to remember that these are just jokes.
It's only a joke. It's not real. It's funny.
Just a joke. And as we begin our story, little Corky is complaining at the dinner table. Let's join them now.
All right.
Mommy! Mommy! Grandma's got a bruise. Shut up and eat around it. Mommy! Mommy! Teacher says I look like a monkey. You shut up and comb your face. Mommy! Grandpa's going out. Shut up and pour some more gasoline on him. Mommy! What happened to all your scabs? You shut up and eat your cornflakes.
Oh, why does that one gross us out more than the rest?
Ow! Mommy! Daddy's running down the street. Shut up and step on the gas. Mommy! Why can't we get a garbage disposal? You shut up and keep chewing. Mommy! Can I lick the bowl? Oh, shut up and flush. Mommy! I'm tired of my swimming lessons. Shut up or I'll flush again. Mommy! I don't like tomato juice. Oh, shut up and drink it before it clots. But Mom... What?
Is there a problem?
That's an old chestnut. I love that.
But Mommy, I really hate tomato juice. Oh, shut up. We only have it once a month.
More San Diegans wake up with Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw than any other radio show. KGB.
And that's where the guitar lessons pay off. Right there. One of America's all-time great rock songs. On the KGB, it's Dave Shelley and Chainsaw with you. I am estimating that in 13 years on the radio, that is the first time we have played Freebird.
Think so?
Can you remember?
Maybe to end the show.
Nope.
No?
I don't ever remember playing Freebird.
It's so long, I bet we haven't.
That's why I played it this morning.
Pervert.
Because it's long. Give me a chance to fix my britches just right.
Yeah. You got to be all set to go then.
Hell, I was watching some movie last night with John Wayne and Maureen O'Hara.
Oh, that's your favorite 1-2 punch.
Yeah, I really dig those people.
The Quiet Man?
No, it wasn't that one. I don't remember the name of this one. It wasn't a very popular one. He is he was I think his name was Spig in this thing. He was an early one of the earliest naval aviators, and he set records for the Navy as an aviator. And then he suffered a catastrophic injury, which paralyzed him and became a movie playwright. And in this, but that has nothing to do with it. What I'm looking forward to is the day that I can wear my pants almost up to my boobs. Because John was strutting around with those high pants.
He did do that.
And I kind of dig the look.
What?
Well,
I kind of dig the look, and here's why. While America, we saw it yesterday.
He's turned 100.
Yeah, he's
overnight.
now 70.
J-Lo, now? Come on.
Well, you were always about 65.
Mentally.
I think you've hit 100.
While J-Lo wears her pants so low, voila, la bearded clam.
Yeah.
I'm going to go the other way, baby.
That's a good
I'm
idea.
okay with that, actually.
I'm going to go the other way, and I want to rekindle a flame, a fashion flame of wearing your pants high like old men.
Well, you are the trendsetter in many fashion
Those are
icons come to
marble
you.
baggers. You talk about male camel toe.
It's the Fred Mertz look.
You know what?
And you gotta leave.
That is it. That's Fred Mertz.
Yes, and you got to leave a lot of flappy room.
Hey, Ricky.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Ricky, Lucy, Ethel.
Go ahead. Practice.
John had tailored his trousers to the point where there was plenty of clearance, thus avoiding the marble bag. James.
Like a la Fred.
Well,
it was
it was
just
also
a good look.
Button on a fur coat. He was hung like a hamster. I mean, poor John Wayne, big old strutty guy, had nothing downstairs.
That's
but whatever.
too bad.
Well, I'm thinking about it, just so you know.
I
When I
think
come
it's
into work
interesting
someday, I don't have the proper trousers or slacks yet. I just
Yeah.
want you to know I'm thinking about it, okay?
You have had the pleated in front trousers, though, that leave lots of...
By calling them that,
That's
virtually
different.
They're already,
I know it's different, but it's close.
Yeah.
They'll probably be like that. They'll feel like that only higher when you do get a pair.
Yeah, those are the pants, the pleated front pants where if you sit down you look like you've got automatic wood. Just way too much.
It looks like a male maternity pant.
Yeah, it's awful.
It's like there's way too much room.
It's bad news.
Yes, I agree. But I'm excited for the change, and I can't wait to see your
Just
new
thinking
garments.
about it. That's all
Really?
I'm doing. Haven't acted on it yet.
I think it's also interesting that you watched an entire John Wayne, Maureen O'Hara movie,
Yeah.
and you were looking at the pants.
I look at a lot of things.
not hers.
At Maureen O'Hara.
Damn it.
Damn it all.
Yeah.
Anyway, shopping yesterday, you see these. I told you, I'm a real observer of the stuff in the checkout line. I was telling you that I saw that headline in the National Enquirer that said Elizabeth Smart ran away. And
Right.
Chainsaw, you obviously had seen it as well and had studied it further because you educated me to the point where it said, then in little teeny tiny words, so says her
Abductor.
abductor. Yeah. And, you see them all there. You see all these papers and these magazines there. And it seems to me that in Cosmopolitan magazine, Shell, which you, at least for some time, were a big...
True. Well, that's how I learned about sex.
Yeah, you were a big reader of this. It seems to me that on the cover of Cosmo magazine, they put little sub-headlines on the cover all the time.
Right.
And it seems to me that every single month without fail, there are helpful articles on how to get you broads the perfect man, the perfect job, and the sexiest look.
They do seem to have an abundance of those types of articles.
Every month, these things are available to you. And you know, sorry, hens, it doesn't work that way.
You mean if I practice everything in Cosmo, I'm not going to get the perfect man?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. But I'm wondering, if you were actually offered, if the little Cosmo fairy came out with her magic wand and offered you the perfect man, or the perfect job, or the sexiest look, and I'm not saying you don't have any or all of those show.
Okay, thanks.
Which one do you want? And I want to know why. The perfect man, perfect job, or the sexiest look? And don't start boring on me by saying, well, the sexiest look, because then I'll get the perfect man and the perfect... No.
Well, the situation I'm in right now, I have the best job in the world, and it's very rewarding. And it sort of makes up for the other two things that I don't have. So that's okay, and I guess that's what I would have to go with.
All right. I thought that might be the one that you would go with.
Yeah, I mean, a good job, that's where you spend a lot of your time.
Yeah, it really is.
You know?
And you know, if you're okay, you know, just being single in America today, which is not the worst thing in the world.
Nope.
It's a pretty good country. You got a lot of freedoms.
It's kind of a good thing.
It is kind of a good thing.
It is.
Yeah.
You can do what you want, when you want, or not.
And if you're going to spend all of 3 hours and 55 minutes at the perfect job,
yes.
I mean, hey.
Absolutely. When you're slaving like that, you want the rest of your day to go.
That's an eighth of a day right there.
That's right. Mm-hmm. So I'd go with the job.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. If I was abroad, what would I want? And, you know, I'm so shallow, I'd go with the sexiest look. I really would.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I can see the value of that as well. You know, I can see that. It just wouldn't be my choice.
What's the value in it?
Well, the value would be that if you're a more competitive female, then you've won because you look the best. You know, and there's some women like that. That's something to think about.
Emily, you're a little young hen in training there. What would you want? The perfect man, the perfect job, or the sexiest look?
At this point, the sexiest look.
Can't blame you.
I've got years to get that job and find that guy.
Excuse me?
Translation, not this one.
What was that?
Wow, that's
Wow.
gonna go
Short
down your
timer.
record. Yeah.
Did she say she's got years
To get the
that
perfect job.
perfect job?
Oh, maybe that's in the employee file. Yeah.
Negotiating ploy. Or here's your box. You give us your key. You're out by 1.
Note on Emily's file, April 17th. Seems dissatisfied with job.
Yeah. I mean, is there anyone out there who has the perfect man?
Yeah.
My wife, your wife.
Aside from those
Aside
two?
from them, you're right.
Good pulse off.
Don't you have to do some sort of a little M-knock now about that?
I'm sorry?
that
Some
what-
sort of little what?
M-knock or B-block
I don't know
or
what you're talking
whatever
about.
you do when you're proud of yourself.
Word speak.
What?
I'm not sure exactly what you're talking
You know,
about,
that's
Sheldon.
that little sound you make.
M-knock.
The
I don't know, the perfect men just know that they're perfect and they move along quietly about their business with their pants hitched nice and high. With a purposeful stride.
well, that is a good look. Hard to deny that.
Do you know what's coming up next?
No.
Sports Chainsaw.
See, that's it. That's the sound I was talking about. That thing.
I'm sorry, what was it?
You know, that M-knock thing that you do. That thing you just did.
I think it must just be hanging out with perfect men that you hear nothing but confident words.
That must be it.
We'll hook you up with the chainsaw next year on the KGB. Don't go away, folks.
It's something we all wanted more of. Until now. Because the cash clock is on 1015 KGB. And when it winds down, we pay up. And you win cash. $50,000. $100,000. Just keep it locked to KGB. So you can be the 50th nationwide caller to 1-866-525-9467. From Saquon in Nokia. on San Diego's world-class rock. 101.5 KGB.
The Cash Clock is brought to you by Nokia. Go to Nokia.com/US today and download ringtones to fit your personality. It's your new theme song.
It's hard to put a value on a set of tires. Let me ask you this. Who rides in the car with you? Your kids, your family, your best friends? And how do you qualify the value for something as important as a human life? Well, at Evans Tire, they try. Evans Tire works very hard to make sure you get the safest tires at the lowest possible price. And during the month of April, you can get a tax savings up to $150 on Goodyear, Pirelli, Dunlop, or Falcon tires. Don't wait to get new tires. That's not smart. Stop by any Evans Tires 13 convenient locations today.
And while you're saving up to $150 at Evans Tire, be sure to purchase your KGB NASCAR ticket for just $20 cash only. Tickets are on sale now. Watch Sterling Marlin, Ken Schrader, Kenny Wallace, and Jimmy Spencer battle it out at Cajon Speedway April 25th. For major brands like Michelin, BF Goodrich, Goodyear, Dunlop, and Pirelli, Evans Tire is your one-stop shop for tires, brakes, oil change, and alignment. Evans Tire, the store with the purple trim. Call 1-800-80-TIRES. That's 1-800-80-TIRES.
Susan, a 34-year-old teacher, checked with Freeway Insurance and saved $393 on auto insurance.
Those savings add up.
Ed, a 27-year-old baker, checked Freeway and saved $532.
That's a lot of dough.
Debbie, age and occupation anonymous, did not check Freeway. She paid $680 too much. Next time, you better check with Freeway, where you get the lowest total price, the lowest down payment, and the lowest monthly payment on auto insurance. Listen, call other companies if you want, but if you forget to check with Freeway, you could be missing hundreds of dollars in savings. So be like Bob, the doctor, who checked and saved $943 for his family.
Say,
Call Freeway at 1-800-464-SAVE. That's 1-800-464-SAVE. Or log on to freewayinsurance.com. Remember the name, Freeway. It's that thing you're speeding on.
Meet Nigel.
Yeah, hello there.
Nigel loves luxurious British automobiles, so we asked him to evaluate an all-new luxury utility vehicle. First, we showed him the burled wood inlays and the available crafted leather.
Exquisite.
Then we demonstrated the available 11-speaker Mark Levinson audio.
Simply remarkable.
And the available DVD rear seat entertainment system.
Surely good, old chap.
Finally, we revealed that this luxury utility vehicle is, in fact, the entirely new 2004 RX 330 from Lexus.
Well, the steering wheel's on the wrong side, isn't it?
Introducing the 2004 Lexus RX 330 with class-leading fuel economy. Putting the world on notice. Again. Available now at your Lexus dealer in Carlsbad, El Cajon, or Kearney Mesa, or visit Lexus.com.
2004 RX 330 front-wheel drive, estimated miles per gallon, premium midsize SUV, Allison Fisher data.
Did you ever notice how confusing it can be to buy a motorcycle? Well, not with Honda, because we like to keep things straight. See, instead of a deal that changes on you, right now you can get a straight deal on any new Honda motorcycle with no down payment and no payments for the first 3 months. Then you can lock in a super low 6.9% fixed APR for up to 5 years upon approved credit. So your monthly payments will not only make sense, your interest rate isn't going to change on you down the road. Check it out. Could you see yourself on a brand new VT 750 Cruiser? Well, now's a great time to get one because San Diego's House of Motorcycles can hook you up with a straight deal on just the one you want. Remember, this is a deal that's as solid as a Honda. 0 down payment, 0 payments for the first 3 months, and a super low 6.9% fixed APR on the best bikes out there. So hurry down to San Diego's House of Motorcycles, 4904 El Cajon Boulevard, San Diego, on El Cajon Boulevard between College and Fairmont. Because it's not just a deal, it's a straight deal, and it's from Honda. Offer available through American Honda Finance Corporation, qualified buyers until April 30, 2003. Payment example, 60 monthly payments of $19.75 for each $1,000 finance. Other restrictions apply. See participating Honda dealer for details.
To prove that you can't go wrong shopping for wine at Beverages and More, we've asked Serenity, a vegan, to pair wine with classic holiday dinners. And into Bevmo she goes.
Serenity's first pairing, roast turkey. She makes a crinkly, I really hate poultry sort of face as a big Bevmo sign points her to the Dahlia Chardonnay, a perfect pair. Next, Ham-in-a-Mint Pepper Sauce. Tough for a meat lover, pure hell for a vegan. A Bevmo associate spins her into the Gewürztraminer aisle. Serenity takes a cleansing breath, selects a lovely Adler Fells. Her final pairing, roast beef in a tarragon sauce. Serenity mourns the meaty demise of the helpless tarragon. She gets her mo back, spots the cabs, chooses a tasty Chateau Souverain, and proves once again that if a vegan can perfectly pair wine with a holiday meal, you can't go wrong at Beverages and More.
Bevmo has the perfect holiday pairs. Serving ham for Easter, try Adler Fells Gewürztraminer, only $9.99. Thinking beef? Think Chateau Souverain Cabernet, only $13.49. Or for poultry, try their Dahlia Monterey Chardonnay. Club Bev, priced at just $13.99.
On the KGB, it's Dave Shelley and Chainsaw with you tomorrow night. The Dave Shelley and Chainsaw Encore show will be delayed by 90 minutes so that we can bring you our live interview of Aerosmith and Kiss from Los Angeles. Tomorrow we go to L.A. to bring you a coast-to-coast live interview starting at 7 o'clock, aired on 70 radio stations nationwide. Just added KLOS Los Angeles.
Wow.
That's tomorrow, and you're welcome to call in and talk to Gene Simmons and Joe Perry and Steven Tyler and
Paul Stanley.
Yep. And possibly other members of the band will be drifting in. Kiss and Aerosmith touring together, and we interview them tomorrow from Los Angeles. Here, 7 o'clock on the KGB. Now, a sports update. This was a difficult game last night. I watched a lot of this thing. I got a hunch it didn't come down very well. The Chainsaw's here with full details on the 101. Good morning.
Well, good morning, and thank you, David, and hello again, everybody in the sports world. The Miami Dolphins introduced their new player yesterday. Coach Dave Wannstedt helped the player hold up a Dolphins jersey with a number 55 on it, and then the player referred to himself in the third person.
Junior Seau needed the Miami Dolphins more than the Miami Dolphins needed Junior Seau. For that, it calls for one thing. This organization is doing everything possible to commit themselves to winning the ring.
Junior talking Junior. Let's see, first person is I or me. Second person is like you. Third person is if that person isn't even there. So maybe from the sound of those prefab quotes, maybe that was a robot that looked like Junior Seau and used a third person because Junior Seau, the human, wasn't even there.
That's insane. You're stupid.
Anywho, Junior is a Dolphin. He'll make around $6 million this year, counting salary and the chunk of bonus spread over the 4 years, which is more than what the Chargers would have paid him this year. And he returns to Qualcomm October 27th for Monday Night Football as the Chargers host Miami with Al Michaels and John Madden calling the action.
Here's a guy who, when he puts his contacts in, he can see better.
And the question that Nick Canepa raises that has baffled many Charger fans, if Seau is good enough to play for one of the better defenses in football, which is what Miami has, why isn't he still good enough to play for the Chargers, who have gutted that side of the ball and have done virtually nothing to patch it up? Interesting. In baseball, the Padres lost a game, and their starting catcher, former All-Pro safety Brian Jordan, now a Dodger outfielder, came barreling around third and crunched Padre catcher Gary Bennett at the plate. 3-0 Dodgers win. 15-day disabled list for Bennett, who partially tore a knee ligament. You can see it on today's UT Sports page, just how Bennett's knee got torqued. And they'll examine, and they'll look, and they'll re-examine, but 15 days is the number they've put on it as of this moment.
I thought that was a cheap shot last night. The guys on TV kept going, well, you know, you got to do what you got to do. I mean, that was a football play.
Well, it's the Pete Rose mentality where if the catcher is blocking the plate, you have a right to get there, and if you're bigger, you're going to knock over the smaller fella.
Well, what I didn't understand was, you know, I think it was Sutcliffe last night with Matt Vasgersian were saying, you know, you got to do what you got to do, but look out for retaliation. Well, retaliate against something that wasn't wrong.
Exactly.
So if there was nothing wrong with it, why would someone be retaliating?
And we are in a retaliative society, David. Dictionarily speaking, because in the old days, if a batter got hit, he would just drop his bat and go to first place. Now it's all out war every time.
Yeah.
A lot more tender. It's old school. If it was old school, next play. Now, look out for retaliation.
Did you see the play?
Yes, I did.
I didn't see that he was necessarily like blocking the plate. I mean, he had a leg out. He had a leg out in front of it, but he was planted firmly, ahead of the plate, waiting for the ball to come. I didn't see that was really necessary. And he missed the plate anyway.
Well, Jordan's argument might be, well, I'd have to slow down to avoid barreling through him. And you don't want to slow down for your chance to score.
Yeah.
I mean, they teach you to go through it.
He beat the hell out of him.
Oh, God.
It's not the way the knee bends either.
Yeah, that's not the way the knee bends. And remember, Jordan is a football player. He's got that mentality. He used to be an all-pro safety, the Rodney Harrison position with the Atlanta Falcons, and then he switched to baseball. Brian Jordan, a great two-sport star. The 7 and 8 Padres will now play the 6 and 9 Dodgers again tonight at Chavez Ravine. Adam Eaton, Darren Dreifert, 7:10. At the Madhouse off Midway, last night at the Sports Arena, Duckles put the Condors on the endangered species list, beating Bakersfield 5-2, take a commanding 3-1 lead in the best of 7 semifinals of the West Coast Hockey League. Game 5 tomorrow night at the arena. And look at the Anaheim Mighty Ducks. Isn't that Emilio Estevez's team, the Mighty Ducks? They swept the defending Stanley Cup champion Detroit Red Wings in the opening rounds of the playoffs. 4-0, one and done. Ducks now must wait for maybe a week for the next opponent, either Dallas, St. Louis, or Vancouver. Meanwhile, in the National
Good morning, Dave's Claremore RV. May I help you?
Yeah, I need to speak with the owner there, Dave Pierce. Is he there?
Okay, hold on just a moment.
All right.
Like gas and diesel Dutch Stars and Cruise Masters, as well as Dolphin, Seaview, Surfside, Landau, Pursuit, Georgetown, Maverick.
Hello. Is this Dave?
This is Dave. Can I help you?
Yeah, Dave, I had a problem. I bought one, a Holiday Rambler off of y'all. It's an 86 model, 24-footer.
When did you buy that?
It's about 3 months ago.
Uh-huh.
And I was off down there. We was on the way out to Amarillo, Texas. To a cousin's house out there, and we had a problem. The daggum crapper in that thing weren't draining, and my wife got on it. It was about out around Sayre, and apparently she got a horrible infection from that thing backing up in there. Because we stopped at an RV place, and they said that there wasn't no drain in the holding tank in there, so that's why they backed up on her. And she got a horrible infection, running temperature and everything. And we couldn't even no more go out to Amarillo and the Man in the Moon. And we had to come back and cut her trip short. And I just want to know when y'all going to pay for them doctor bills.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Roy D. Mercer. We was out there. In fact, we was trying to house sit for her. Verta May, she was out touring with her clogging group, and we was going to house sit out there in Amarillo for her. But we didn't even get there, Dave, because the daggum crapper weren't draining, and then backed up on her, and then she got an infection down there. And it ruined a pair of, she flat-footed, she kind of heavy woman, and it ruined a pair of the orthopedic inserts for her shoe, too. So we're looking at about $350 we need to get took care of these bills. And I was wondering when I could come by there today and get that.
Mr. Mercer, let me check your file. And
no, there ain't going to be no checking a file. I guarantee you what you're going to do is either pony up about $350 or they're going to be an ass whooping.
Skip-Ball Association. Michael Jordan scored his 15 points in a 20-point loss to the Sixers. That's his last game of his career. Michael Jordan, he's done. The Lakers showered Golden State to secure the number 5 spot in the Western Conference. The 3-time defending champs will open the playoffs Sunday at Minnesota. In other sports, David.
I love that. Following the 3 retirement parades he's had, this time around, he's done. Yeah. Good enough for you. He's done.
One of the working theories now is that at least now he won't be one of these guys in 10 years who can say, I can still play.
Yeah.
Now that he's faded out the way he has. Still, could you score 15 points in an NBA game?
Hell no.
All right. 6:40 in 10 seconds. This is your 101.5 KGB Sports Network. Oh, my.
And the chainsaw brought to you by the American Lung Association. Give them a lift by donating your car, your truck, your van, or your lungs and get a tax break. Call 800-LUNG-USA.
What's this? More stolen files?
No, it's my stuff from the desk.
Your stuff. Now there's a broad term.
No, it's my stuff. Look, maybe you can fool these guys with the saint act that you got down, but do not ever speak to me again like we don't know what really happened. You got me?
Tess, this is business. Let's just bury the hatchet, okay?
You know where you can bury your hatchet? Now get your bony ass out of my sight.
Oh, golly. That's a toughie. But it's one of my favorite quotes.
Yep, me too.
and Sigourney, you don't have a bony ass.
I don't.
I know you don't. Shell, this is Sigourney Weaver joining us here on
Well,
the KG
good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Fabulous. What a thrill.
Oh, well, thank you. For me, too.
I'm a big fan.
Thank you.
Yes, am I. I want to tell you, I don't know how you feel about particular segments of your body of work, but I want to tell you, when I was a young lad, I went to the movies with my brother.
Yeah.
And in about 2.5 hours, I came home different. I was scared to hell.
I scarred you for life.
By working
tell you
girl?
What, it wasn't Working Girl.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't Working Girl, but I'll tell you what, people who are a little bit older than me have told me that they were scared to hell from The Exorcist.
Mm-hmm.
Alien scared me to hell.
Well, it was scary.
Like no movie has ever scared me before. Alien scared me.
Well, thank you.
I mean, that was a great... I think that movie today...
Yeah.
What is it, 25 years old now already?
1977.
Yeah, I think they're actually going to re-release it in theaters because there's been so much interest in it, and it hasn't really been shown on the large screen since it came out.
And no one drinks a cup of coffee in their underwear like Ripley did. I mean, let's
thank you so much.
I'm telling you, that movie today, 25 years later, and all the technical advances that have happened in being able to do tricks, that movie stands up to me as one of the all-time great horror movies ever.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
I'm thinking about all the great Sigourney movies you got, Ghostbusters,
which I love,
Working Girl, and all these great movies.
Yes. Oh, well, thank you. Well, I think Holes, which I play a bad guy in, is actually going to be way up there. It's a wonderful book, and Andy Davis and Disney have made it into an amazing movie.
Let's look at this. Holes is the name of the new movie, which opens tomorrow, right?
Right.
Yeah, Holes with Sigourney Weaver, and you're a bad guy in this.
I am, or should I say I'm misunderstood?
You tell me. What is it?
It takes the side of the boys against me, which is unfair.
I'm looking at all the movies here. You have really not had a hard time playing the bad guy in some of these movies.
Well, actually, I feel... there's bad in all of us and good in all of us, but I've sort of been, I haven't played many villains, and I actually found this, as a mother, I found it hard to be as evil as the warden becomes in this story, because the boys were so wonderful, and the story's about these boys, and they're having to dig holes at this work camp that I run, and I'm actually looking for something, but I keep telling them, well, this is to build character. So, but it was actually very challenging for me, because I was very fond of them, and I have to, not treat them very well.
Now, I have some information here, and some of it's kind of private, and you tell me to buzz off if I'm digging into areas that I shouldn't be sticking my nose into, but I want to ask you something here. We all know that big movie stars like yourself make millions of dollars when they make a movie, and rightly so. It's a multi-million-dollar industry.
Well, I think it depends on the movie star you're talking to.
Well, you're a big movie star. But
yes.
Isn't it true?
I'm also a woman, though.
Well, okay. Isn't it true, though, that for Alien, which, I can't go on and on enough about this movie. You made $30,000 on Alien?
Yeah.
$30,000.
Oh, my God.
Before taxes, I think.
$30,000. And then there's another movie that you were in called Annie Hall. I don't know if you heard about that.
Just a little.
She made
$50.
$50.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. So, do you have an agent?
Because I didn't then.
Really?
I didn't then, and there are good deals and bad I think a lot of actors would probably do it for nothing, but but it's a great industry, and I didn't care. You know, I mean, I was used to working off Broadway for $30,000. I thought I'd live on that for the rest of my life.
This is Sigourney Weaver joining us here on the KGB. Her new movie, Holes, with John Voight, Patricia Arquette, Eartha Kitt.
Yeah,
the Catwoman.
Fabulous.
Well,
fabulous.
Yeah, the Catwoman. I prefer to think of Julie Newmar as the Catwoman.
Well, I know, but you're Catwoman. You're pretty hot.
And the Fonz.
Mm-hmm.
The Fonz?
Yeah.
Henry Winkler is in Holes, yeah.
It's really a delicious cast, and our young cast, too, which is a lot of young actors, which I think a lot of the kids will know them from Nickelodeon and stuff, are really amazing. It's a great group with names like X-Ray and Squid, and, you know.
Cool.
I think that, you know, they're a great ensemble.
All right, I got another private question for you.
Uh-oh.
Is it true that in the early 70s there was a period that you lived in a tree house with a guy dressed up in elf clothes?
Well, yeah.
I mean, who hasn't?
I'm not the weird one anymore.
Who hasn't, really, seriously? But what was that all about?
Well, you know, it was the 70s.
Yeah.
And you know, it was in California, and it was only for a couple of months. It was in college.
There you go, then. I mean, California, 70s, trees.
Well, I have to ask, were you protesting something, and what was up with the elf suit?
You know, isn't that terrible? Well, you know, the elf suit was just something that we fell into. We made our own clothes at that point, and we made matching elf suits, and they were very comfortable. It's not like we wore them exclusively, but for appearances, we play instruments and stuff and appear places, and we had elf suits and also tiger suits. So we didn't always wear the elf suits. Sometimes we wore the tiger.
Switched off.
Yeah.
All right, third private question. This will be the last one.
Oh, these are getting tougher.
I know it. There's a guy who lives here in town who calls you Sagulash. Can you explain that?
Does Bill Murray live there?
Bill Murray lives in San Diego, and he calls you Sagulash.
I didn't know he lived in San Diego.
What is that all about? It has to be a Ghostbusters thing.
Yeah, I think so. You know, I mean...
Is he just goofing on you?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Imagine that.
Yeah, sweetheart. He can call me whatever he wants.
He
I
is
loved you
funny.
two together in that movie.
It's very funny.
So funny.
We have a fan of yours, John. You're on the KGB with Sigourney Weaver. Go ahead.
Well, good morning to you, and good morning to Miss Sigourney Weaver.
Hi, John. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. I just wanted to compliment you on some of your comedy work that you've done. Particularly, I liked the movie Galaxy Quest with Tim Allen. I thought that was a very funny film.
Great movie.
Thank
you. And also, there was a movie with Kevin Kline a few years ago, and the name of that movie was Dave.
Dave.
I love that movie, too.
That is a great movie. Thanks for your call, John. That was great. That was just a real charming, pleasant movie where he takes over the role of the President of the United States, and you guys are the kind of embittered couple, and you playing the role of the First Lady.
Right.
I love that scene where the cop pulls you guys over, and
Right. And we sing.
and you guys pretend not to be.
Yes.
Pretend to be impersonators.
You know, I thought she looked pretty happy when she saw him in the shower for the
Well,
first
there was
time.
a look.
There was a look indeed.
There was a look.
He's so wonderful in that movie, Kevin Kline. He's just such a great actor.
And as we've complimented her sci-fi and her comedy work, I'd also like to compliment her independent work. There's a couple of films. Ice Storm. Would that be categorized as an independent film? Ice Storm. Okay.
Yes, definitely.
And then the one more recently, Tadpole, which is absolutely charming. This is one that The Hoof. You don't know who The Hoof is, but she's our movie reviewer, Miss Weaver, and she loved that film. Tadpole. If you look it up, if you like indie films, get it. And Sigourney is great in it.
Thank you.
How does Holes qualify? Is that a big production release, or is it more of an indie?
It is. It's a big Disney release, and it's really for the whole family. And I think that, you know, Louis Sachar is one of our great national treasures, and I think that Holes is in many ways to American kids what Harry Potter is to English kids. So
okay.
I think it will be a wonderful adventure. Also, talking to a lot of issues that are important, like bigotry and standing up for yourself and stuff like that are important things for kids.
Well, a very flavorful cast: Eartha Kitt, Henry Winkler, Patricia Arquette, John Voight, and of course Sigourney Weaver in Holes starting tomorrow.
Can you tell us what you're looking for in the holes?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Or is it if it's a surprise?
It is something that it is not They are not building to develop their characters. I am looking for something that's in a box.
It's not going to be that lizard thing that came out of that guy's chest again, is it? Because I am, like, scarred.
I know, really. I apologize.
So is John Hurt.
Dang.
Yeah, really.
All right. Well, we wish you the best of luck with
thanks so much.
the movie, and we're great big fans of yours. Thanks for coming on the
Thanks
show.
a lot. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. See you later. That's Sigourney Weaver there. Cool. On the KGB. Yeah. And on Sigourney today, Aerosmith and Kiss tomorrow. Whatever. I guess that's what you do when you're nationally syndicated.
Yeah.
They come to us. Let's get a traffic update. Here is Mark Sanchez on the KGB.
Just happy to be here. Southbound 5 slowing on the coastline. Santa Fe Drive down
I don't know why that's funny.
Manchester Avenue. Southbound 15. Of course it's slow in Escondido from the 78 down past North County Fair.
Oh, my God. He took my head off this morning.
He does a nuclear happy
and I was like 7 rooms away.
I'm pretty quiet in the morning. I need to wake up with my
You
cup
could
of
just
coffee.
be walking down the
and then,
hall, and from the other side of the building, it might be even in Temecula.
Right.
There's Sanchez.
That
Well,
was
you know,
not
between
me.
Sanchez and Abramowitz,
I know.
and the actual happy hair,
Right.
who does it? Because his is rather startling as well.
And he'll do it mid-conversation.
Hi, how are you? How are you?
I could hear him through Ruthie's room.
Morning!
That's how loud it is.
Howdy!
Real bladder burner down there at the border right now. About 45 minutes to an hour at San Isidro. About 30 minutes at Otay Mesa. I'm Mark Sanchez with Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw on the 101.5 KGB.
It's not the easiest week to be an American. I mean, it's great to be an American. We're all thankful for it, but the week that has April 15th in it can be a little bit stressful.
Sucky?
Yeah,
Oh.
to say the least. Folks at Sleep Train want to give you a break. A tax break, that is. Visit your Sleep Train's mattress center today. Purchase any mattress set, or for that matter, anything in the store, and Sleep Train's going to pay for your sales tax. You heard me correctly. Sleep Train will pay for your sales tax. What a deal. No sales tax going on right now at all Sleep Train locations. And all the other stuff still in place. The whole lowest guaranteed price, the whole don't even bring your money thing, the whole free same-day delivery and free setup and removal of your old bed, all that. All that plus tax break. No sales tax going on right now at all Sleep Train locations throughout the city of San Diego.
Love tuning in DSC on the KGB. Days free, Thursday golf. Democrats piss me off.
My Sun Tower buddies want you to know that they have a show coming up on Saturday. Going to be at the Long Shot Saloon in San Marcos. And Brian, who plays with Sun Tower, wanted me to know that rumors of some kind of a wet T-shirt contest.
Really?
And he said, that should be good. How could it be bad?
Unless it's, big fat hairy guys.
Well, I was going to say, unless Marlon Brando shows up. What is this chicken wood chipper thing I'm hearing about?
Oh, God. Let me see if I can find anything about it. Yesterday, it was a big, long story, and the guys at PETA have approached Bonnie Dumanis about bringing up this case. So it's evidently happened some time ago.
PETA.
PETA's
The
involved
people
in this.
for the eating of tasty animals?
Or ethical treatment of animals.
Whatever.
But, yeah. That's just details.
Some people think that eating them is ethical treatment.
That's right.
I ate a chicken last night, and I thought it was quite ethical.
Me too.
Pretty tasty.
I was really happy about it.
Some tuna.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I had tuna and chicken yesterday.
Yes.
Yes.
Pig.
Quite ethical.
Tuna
Well, one was
and
lunch,
chicken.
one was dinner.
Why don't you just eat the whole animal kingdom?
Just
So
bring in
anyway.
the ark.
So anyway, someone...
Is it like a Fargo thing?
Yeah, I guess kind of. It's someone up in the North County, and I don't know who. It might have been a poultry ranch. I didn't get that far into the story. But I guess they had some chickens that weren't up to snuff, And they threw
So they snuffed them.
So they snuffed them.
Well, there's an outbreak of Newcastle disease in Valley Center, and there are chickens that have to be destroyed. Fowl that have to
Do
be
you know
destroyed.
that that's why they were destroying the chickens in the wood chipper?
I'll give you the I believe.
I thought we had like a lot of meetings about curbing the I thinks and I believes.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
That's what I heard, yes.
Who did you hear?
You also heard Kyle Kraska had been summarily fired when, in
Right.
fact, he was on vacation.
I heard it from Kyle when he got his job back. He called and told me. No, I heard the story on the radio yesterday.
So these were diseased chickens. And they had to destroy
We don't know
them.
that. I don't know why they were putting them in the wood chipper.
Well, certainly it wasn't just for fun.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I absolutely hope not.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that, no, that's not the case, or some legal action would have been taken prior to.
But let's say that they let's just say, just for fun,
Okay.
that they were diseased.
All right.
Is dumping them in the wood chipper proper or improper?
I can see where it would be the quickest way to get rid of a lot, and probably fairly humane if it's got to be done anyway.
Without getting too graphic about it, I bet the old,
Never saw it coming.
cut the head off, then throw them in.
It would be better, you think?
Yeah, because then there's no doubt there's no legs or anything else getting done before the head is realizing what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but I've worked
do
with
the
a wood
swift thing
chipper
and throw 'em in.
before, and I can't see how there would be any.
A half a second, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, and you're not going to feel pain in that. You're in shock before it. Yeah, throw them in.
Let's go back to the original complaint here, and that's PETA.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that anything short of laying each chicken down upon a down bed
Their own down.
and letting it watch a nature film before it's quietly swept away to a long sleep, Soylent Green style.
Yes.
They're not going to be happy.
Why don't we take all these diseased animals and give them to the PETA people and require them to nurse them into either back to health or nurse them into a natural death? So if they're even close, I'm talking about intravenous fluids. I'm talking about little medications they rub inside the ear like we do with our kittens. I mean, all these things, the PETA people are required to give full intensive care treatment to these diseased chickens. Because I think Dave is right. Are they going to be happy with anything else?
With anything you do. I can see that.
What would you do? What would you do with diseased chickens? I mean, let's be honest. There are certain animals that we go out of our way for because they're kind of cute, and chickens do not fall into that heading.
We are a speciesist society.
Oh, there's no question.
Yep.
Little baby deer, we're going to go way out of our way. Gray whale floats up on the beach, going to go way out of our way.
But, Bambi's dad, fair game.
No.
Well, yeah, you can shoot a buck, but you're not supposed to shoot the mom.
Yeah, well, that's
or the
a
doe.
population control thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about how animals in distress, not hunting, just animals in distress, how we go out of our way. Chickens do not fall into the cute animals in distress. Throw them in a wood chipper.
Unless it's one of those chickens that can peck out on the piano. I kind of like them.
Yeah.
Those are cute. I think they're kind of fun.
Wildebeests or koala bear? It's unfair.
Here's Dwayne on the KGB. What's going on there, buddy?
Hey, Dave, what's happening, big man?
Talking to you.
Hey, the story about the chickens, it's about the most humane way you can do this, dude. You got 250,000 chickens that are sick. You're going to give them all a shot, or you're going to toss them in a chipper.
Were they sick? Do you know that?
They were sick. They had the Newcastles, and they did talk to the Department of Agriculture and a veterinarian, and they said that's the easiest, most humane way to do it. Think about it.
And what was going to happen to the chickens had they not become ill?
They were going to produce eggs and feed people.
They wouldn't have been ever meat for people?
Oh, you bet. Tasty.
And they weren't going to be domesticated or put into any kind of zoo.
No,
chicken zoo.
What do chickens do?
It's not like they were going to have a holiday. We were going to bring one home to our kids.
Yeah.
But I grew up on a farm in Montana, and a lot of times when the chickens got ill back there, they sent out the farm hands, and you'd snap necks on hundreds of them.
Yeah.
And I think this is a lot easier way to do it.
I agree. I think it is more humane and, probably better for the person doing it.
You get all these people from PETA that want to stick their nose in the business, and I think we ought to toss them in the chipper. What do you think?
No, I don't think we should toss them in the chipper. But I do
a
like
little extreme.
I do like Chainsaw's idea of saying, okay, why don't you take care of it?
Yeah. Here's all
Instead of just harping about it all the time, why don't you step in and do something about it?
Here's 30,000 sick chickens to your backyard. Keep them penned. Good luck.
I read a great thing in the letters section of either Time or Newsweek, and I know I should give them proper credit, but I can never tell which one I was reading, Time or Newsweek. They're both full of news.
It's true, Dave.
So let's just call it Times Week.
Times Week, okay.
And the letter was addressing war protesters, and the letter said something to the effect of, you know, you can get your face on TV, and you can go out there and be very, very emotional and very dramatic, and what good does it do? It doesn't do anybody any good.
No.
Stay home, raise your kids to be proper people, raise your kids to say hi to the neighbors and stuff like that, and do the steady, quiet work that makes a difference. The quick get out there, emotional flash does nothing.
No.
And that's what PETA does. They're big emotional flashers. Do something about it. I mean, has PETA ever done anything except bitch?
No, I don't think so.
Same with Martha Burke. I mean,
maybe they have. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying that they haven't. I'm truly asking. Have they ever actually gone out and saved animals?
I don't know, to tell you the truth.
It seems like all they do is bitch.
They seem to be more of the activist, blow something up as opposed to trying to work within the framework of what's going on. I don't know if they're the ones responsible for more humane conditions in chicken ranches, because that has become an issue. And, you know, if you've seen a chicken brooder, those big, big buildings, they just jam them in there, and the chickens, their feet don't even touch the ground. And I don't know if it was PETA that's responsible for changing that, making free range more of an option and more desirable to the consumer, but something has happened, and so attention to it is a good thing, but I think the PETA people get lost in their own message.
When you go overboard, then you alienate.
Exactly.
You say attention to it is a good thing, and see, I kind of disagree with that sometimes, because calling attention to something and then doing something about it, if it's really a problem, great. Glad, thanks for your efforts there. Really appreciate that.
Right.
But otherwise, if you're just calling attention to bad situations and then not doing anything about it, all you're doing is depressing people.
And you're being lazy.
You're letting them know about all the bad things going on in the world, and you're not going to do anything about it. I'd be happier going on my day not knowing that all this bad crap was going on in the world.
And leaving the hard work to the other people.
Yeah, if you're not going to fix it.
Well, I know, but sometimes you have to bring up problems sometimes before anyone will line up to fix it. And I'm not condoning PETA. I'm a little annoyed sometimes with them.
Yeah.
Since October, they've had to destroy 3 to 4 million birds. And what do? You're going to give 3 to 4 million injections? I don't think so. This is from Union Tribune. They can't move
3 to 4 million birds across America, or something?
In California, in the quarantine area, in the Newcastle quarantine area, and you can't move them.
What is this illness?
It devastates the flock, and I don't know how.
Is it like it sounds like it's like mad cow disease for chickens.
I have a friend who works with rescue birds. No, it's my friend Amanda, who says that.
Oh, that's right, I forgot. A buddy is a guy, a friend is a girl.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Says that if you step in chicken poop that's from contaminated chickens and then walk back to your house, your birds get it. If you drive through a farm that has it in there and take it, they're done. Yeah. And the only thing you can do is destroy the birds.
That sounds viral.
Imagine how difficult this is for the farmers. It's not like they want to get rid of these animals.
Well, of course not. The animals
significant
are their bread
cash
and butter.
value to these guys.
And by getting rid of these animals, you're saving or hoping to save many more animals after the fact.
But you know
if you
how
just
it
let
is.
it go, they all die.
There are activist groups out there that will have you believe that these farmers are doing it in hockey masks with chainsaws.
Right.
While scary violin music plays in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not a good thing for them. It's a terrible thing for them.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, this is the equivalent of a farmer having diseased corn and having to just plow it under.
And what would you do, PETA, with these millions of sick birds?
What would
Nurse
you do?
them back to health?
Yeah.
Shut the hell
You
up.
can't. These brothers who are the, quote, bad guys were acting on the advice of a veterinarian who apparently felt that it was the, not a cruel way. I mean, come on, that's...
Plus, there has to be an economic consideration into this thing.
Oh, huge.
You're going to nurse 4 million birds back to health?
I don't think that's an option.
I think the PETA people are just chicken to do the the thing that has to be done. That's tough. The hard, cold fact act
Yeah.
that is required in this situation. They're just chicken to have it done, and they can't see it done, so they protest it.
Mac knows what Newcastle disease is. What's going on, Mac?
Hey, hi guys. How you doing this morning?
Tip top. How you doing, Mac?
Not bad. My wife works for Petco, and we raise some exotic birds. Newcastle's is you're kind of right, Dave. It's kind of like a mad cow disease for birds, and it's highly transferable.
Does it come from eating chicken feed that contains ground up chicken in it, like the?
It can be transferred by any number of means, including the one stepping in the poop and walking home with it.
Can humans catch it?
The humans can't catch it, but they can transport it.
So it can be in us. Can it be in our bodies? And then if we, make out with a bird or something, that bird will catch it?
Yeah. Yeah, my wife's real sketchy about it. We can't take the birds outside right now, and we've got to step in some desanitizer when we come in the house to make sure that our birds don't get it.
What happens to the birds?
We have to destroy them.
What happens to the birds if they're left to deal with this Newcastle disease? Does it kill them?
Yes, and very painfully.
Oh.
So they have
Interesting. So the option here is
suffering
to leave them to suffer a painful, withering death, or a 1 second instant obliteration in a wood chipper. I mean, yeah, it's grisly and horrible, but that's what it is.
Right.
There is no option to this.
Yeah.
Nope.
And let's just hope that they boil the wood chipper afterwards so that it
Sure they will.
removes all the contaminant.
They will have to decontaminate it to make sure that it doesn't spread afterwards.
Yeah.
I'm interested in maybe how do you, when a chicken is going to market to be someone's dinner, how do they do that act?
They don't. They just guess.
I don't know what the test is, but it's highly prevalent right now in San Diego County, especially in the Ramona area.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Mac.
Have a good day, guys.
There's our special bird correspondent, Mac, on the KGB.
Way to go.
Explaining it for us. Let's get a traffic update here on KGB San Diego. KGBB Temecula. Here's Mark Sanchez.
Northbound 805 flowing out of National City just a little bit. Plaza Boulevard as you make your way up past 47th Street. Once you get up past your 47th there, you're good to go through North Park. And you will slow down again as soon as you go up the hill past Claremont Mesa Boulevard over the 52. Out of the North County, southbound 5, absolutely gorgeous. It's
Email to the show here. It's DSC at 101KGB.com. Jason writes, Dave, I like the Chaps idea. He's talking about a bet for Bromo.
Yeah.
We're going to try and play golf today over at the Doubletree Golf Resort, weather permitting.
Yeah.
Thanks to Alan Ballone for having us out. And traditionally, the bet before the Hamwool Open is that Abramowitz will wear an colorful outfit at the Hamwool Open.
As he has so often, and it's so wonderful.
I like the Chaps idea. I think he should wear a cow print thong with matching chaps and a miniature cowboy hat like the ones monkeys wear when they ride the dolphin sideshows.
Yes.
Maybe even little plastic six-shooters. That would be sweet.
Oh, it would be. Oh, that's cute.
I like the little monkey cowboy hat.
Mm-hmm.
That's a neat idea. Phil, you're on the KGB. I understand you want to talk about this chicken thing.
Hi, Dave. Shelley Chainsaw. How are you guys doing?
Good. What's going on, bud?
Not much. My name's Phil Morgan. I'm the executive director and CEO of the Escondido Humane Society.
Yes, sir.
And, just a couple comments about what you were saying. First of all, Chainsaw, the chickens themselves weren't ill. They're in a quarantined area. And what they're called are spent hens, which means this is this guy's chicken farm, and they don't produce anymore, so the hens need to be, they turn them into food, mostly dog food. And they go to a plant, and the chickens are euthanized at the plant, and then they're turned into dog food. And Shelley, it's not really like plowing corn under.
Well,
in the humane industry, we work really hard to try to teach respect and compassion for animals. It's really hard to talk to my 6-year-old about why it's okay to do this to a chicken, and then why it's not okay to do something like this to an adult. There's no crossover there.
Well, let me ask you this: how would these spent hens have been destroyed for the dog food?
They would have. There's something called cerebral separation, and that is an acceptable method in the humane industry.
Which is what?
Of ending life. Technically, you take your thumb. You take the chicken in your hand with its feet on the ground. You take your thumb underneath its beak and its neck, and you just do a wrist action that actually separates its neck.
Isn't that what Grandma Dolly used to do, or was it Grandma Golden?
Grandma Dolly had a quail in the grill of her Rambler and stopped to retrieve it.
I thought Grandma Golden or Grandma Dolly was an old bird neck twister.
She was a hunter, and I've seen several deer dressed out because she would go a lot on horseback way back into the mountains and hunt for deer. And we've lived this way. I mean, our family has, but the rule is if you catch a fish, whatever you kill, you eat.
Right.
And that's
right.
That's our rule.
And as a humane society, and Shelley, I think you can agree with this. In the world, there are advocates and there are activists.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that you and I and most of the people are advocates for animals. You have to respect them. If you're going to kill it, you eat it. The world, the way I look at it, is activists, advocates, dog fighters, and hunters, essentially. And that's a balance of the world, but the majority of us are advocates, and we're not looking to hang somebody. I don't want to hang somebody from a tree for this. I'm really disappointed in the message that the district attorney is sending out, and the message that the veterinarian board is sending out, that this is something that's acceptable, because that's kind of what they're saying by we're not going to prosecute this.
And you guys are in line with PETA asking the DA to review this case and bring it up again.
Well, I would say we're in line with, we agree with the fact that it should be looked at, and in my heart, I think that if anything happens, there just needs to be a thing done that this will not happen again.
Well, you are named alongside PETA in being another group that is asking for the DA to review this.
The HSUS is, that's the Humane Society of the United States. Humane societies aren't really related to each other. We're separate organizations, and that's the national group. And again, we're not related to them. They're kind of like the Red Cross.
Right. Well, let me ask you another question.
Yeah.
Why would these poultry owners destroy the birds in a manner that would not reap the financial rewards of turning them into dog food?
Well, in the situation that it is now in Valley Center, is those birds cannot be taken out of the quarantined area.
So they weren't going to make any money off them anyway.
They're not going to make any money off them anyway. Now, your usual chicken farm has, let's say, 6 groups of hens, and every 6 to 8 weeks they rotate one of those groups because they're not producing at full capacity. So this is a normal situation, and they're called spent hens, and it's part of the industry. We don't like it, but it's part of the world we live in, and that's we have to accept that. But you got to realize too that I'm sure that just like farmers and pig farmers and cow farmers, those were insured animals, and I can pretty much tell you that there's an insurance claim going out on those because there was a loss. Business is business. I understand that as well. So it's hard for me to believe that there's a financial loss.
I have a question for the director of the Humane Society,
Sure.
A gentleman who has to realize the value of life in all creatures. When you walk outside after it's been raining for a while and maybe you're barefoot and you step on a snail and you say, "Aw, crap." Are you saying "aw, crap" because you got a gooey snail under your foot? Or are you saying "aw, crap" because another life has been lost?
Well, Dave, everybody has a line of what's acceptable, and it's hard to, some people don't believe in rat traps, and some people don't believe in, hunting, and I think everybody's got a line. I
say "aw, crap" because I got a gooey mess under my foot.
I mean, I'm upset because there's a dead snail, but
You're upset over a dead snail?
Well, no, I'm happy because I can feed it to my duck.
You're not unhappy about a dead snail, are you, Phil?
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not either. All right, thanks, Phil. Thanks for checking in, buddy.
I appreciate it. Hey, and you guys do a great job. We love your show.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate that, Phil. Here's Dave on a KGB. What's going on, bud?
Morning, David.
Morning.
You know, it's only on the DSC that you can go from talking to a big shot actress like Sigourney Weaver to then talking about exploding chickens. And in light of the just previous discussion that you had, let me give you a god. The groan of despair.
Thank you.
Love your show, baby.
Terry, you're on the KGB. What's going on?
Hey, Dave, it's Zandy Chick.
Hey, it's been a long time.
Hey. Yeah. I just had a quick comment about the Humane Society. I know that they do good things, but I had an incident where I had a dog who had puppies, and a week after she had puppies, she died for some unknown reason. It was really a freaky thing.
Put her in the wood chipper.
No.
Oh.
But I had 8 puppies that I needed to take care of.
Right.
And so I called the I actually went into the Humane Society and was so that they would take these 8 puppies. They wanted me to pay $5 per puppy to put them to sleep.
Cool.
And I took them there so that they would take care of them, and I wound up walking out with my 8 puppies, and I found homes for them, but ultimately for the first few days I was feeding 5 puppies at a time with a glove and everything. But I mean,
Don't you have a wood chipper?
No.
Too big to flush down the toilet.
You got to get a wood chipper.
wanted to find them homes.
How about a big bag and a couple of rocks?
No.
Drive over the river.
No, we know you're kidding. We
There
know
they
you're
go.
joking.
Splash.
They're
puppies.
little puppies.
Puppies.
Come on.
And they all survived.
Puppies make the best eating.
Great.
Yeah.
Oh, stop it.
All right. Thank you, Terry.
Thanks, Dave.
See you later. Puppies are the veal of the dog world.
Oh, now that is just terrible.
Well.
You're not supposed to eat dogs.
Talk to a Korean.
Well, I
Sure.
understand.
It's like veal over there.
Go to the numbers market and see what they have.
Sure.
Oh, can't we just do the sports?
Do they have puppies in the meat case over there?
Shut
I know
up.
they got chicken faces.
Shut up. Oh, God.
I wouldn't be
talk
surprised.
about Jordan
They'll probably
retiring
call it
again.
something else. There's a translation.
You know how this upsets me.
Puppies in the meat case is my new band.
Stop it. You're going to make me even sicker.
All right, let's get an update on sports now here on the KGB. Here is Chainsaw. Good morning.
Well, good morning, and thank you, Dave. Record shutting down, Chris Boyer, Ruth 66. Hello again, everybody in the sports world. If the Chargers beat the Dolphins on October 27th, is PETA going to complain? Oh, my. Junior Seau thinks that Junior Seau is going to have a lot of fun wearing that Junior Seau jersey for the Miami Dolphins this year.
Junior Seau needed the Miami Dolphins more than the Miami Dolphins needed Junior Seau.
What?
For that, it calls for one thing. This organization is doing everything possible to commit themselves to winning the ring.
It's official, number 55 in orange and teal. He'll return to Qualcomm October 27th as the Chargers host the Miami Dolphins on Monday Night Football.
Why do these guys talk about themselves in third person? You know what was on Seinfeld last night? The Jimmy episode. Jimmy was on last night.
I was thinking, oh, that clip would be perfect for this.
You know,
right
Jimmy
now.
likes you.
Yeah, Jimmy likes you. Oh,
Jimmy wants to take you out.
And Elaine thought it was someone else, of course.
Yeah.
At Dodger Stadium last night, the Padres lost 3-zip and lost their catcher on this play.
Green off second, Jordan off first, the 3-0. Long shot right field. McGriff's out of the slump. That's going all the way to the wall. Bouncing to the right field corner. On to score is Green. Here comes Jordan. Here comes the throw. But a collision at home plate, and the ball comes free. And the run scores on a big-time collision. The Dodgers have a 3-0 lead, and into third base goes Fred McGriff on the throw home.
Yes, the former All-Pro safety Brian Jordan. He's the NFL player turned baseball player. Now for the Dodgers, Brian Jordan came around third and crashed into our catcher, Gary Bennett. Look at the way Bennett's knee is positioned in today's UT Sports section. Ouch. 15-day disabled list for starters. The 7 and 8 Padres play the 6 and 9 Dodgers again tonight from Dodger Stadium. First pitch, 7:10. Chainsaw Bonehead Award. I'm giving it to myself today.
Really?
Yesterday, while teasing Jerry Coleman's play-by-play, I followed up by saying Jason Schmidt earned the save by popping out 2 Dodgers with 2 outs in the ninth.
Oh, you got that email, too.
Well, it was Jarrett Wright, not Jason Schmidt. In fact, I'm not even sure who Jason Schmidt is. I think he's maybe a football player. Maybe.
There's only one grumpy listener who even knew this.
But there I was calling Jarrett Wright Jason Schmidt right after teasing Jerry Coleman about his miscues. That's because Jerry and I are very, very similar.
That's why we don't wear shorts around here.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that Mark, what's his name of this? Pants off? Oh, my goodness. What a pair of legs. Oh. One ball, two strikes.
Yeah, Jerry showers with men. Me too.
Never seen him with his pants.
Me too. Last night at the sports arena, Doug Goals put the condors on the endangered species list. Is PETA going to complain if the Goals destroy the condors, beating Bakersfield 5-2 to take a commanding 3-1 lead in the best-of-7 West Coast Conference Hockey League semifinals? Game 5 tomorrow at the arena. The Goals can close it out. And look at the Anaheim Mighty Ducks sweeping the defending Stanley Cup champion Detroit Red Wings 4-0. One and done for Detroit. The Ducks will play on. Meanwhile, in the National Bath,
everything's an issue now. You can't even buy a can of tuna out here. I bought a can of tuna a couple weeks ago. A guy runs over. Don't eat that. It's got dolphin in it. I said, well, you're a little late. It's dead. You ought to be out on the boat. You're working this thing ass backwards. And I accuse all those yuppies that love that dolphin. I accuse all those little yuppies of species racism. Yes, because they love that dolphin. They love that beautiful dolphin. But they don't give a shit about that ugly-ass tuna, do they? Then last year, we found out the government spent $10 million trying to communicate with dolphins. This country has no money. We're broke. We're going bankrupt. Why do we want to talk to a damn dolphin? If he's so smart, why don't he contact us? Or maybe he is intelligent and he took a good look at us and went, no! What if we learn to talk to the dolphin and we find out that all this time he's been saying, eat me, I taste good, eat me. That's like these big dumbass whales that get stuck up there around San Francisco. Have you seen that? A big dumbass whale makes a wrong turn and these yuppies are all over it. Gotta save the whale. Gotta save the whale. What kind of jobs do they have? If I took a day off work for that, my boss would fire my ass. Where were you yesterday? Oh, I had to save a whale. Get the out of here. Big old stinky ass dumbass whale. What would happen if they see my fat ass? They want to give a about me. They want to get me in the tuna. Us.
Skip-ball association. While Michael Jordan scored 15 points in his final game, a 20-point loss to Philadelphia, the Lakers showered Golden State to secure the number 5 spot in the Western Conference. The 3-time defending champions will open the playoffs Sunday at Minnesota. In other sports, dead
puppy.
Oh, what?
This is cool.
Dead puppy.
I thought this was your favorite song.
No.
Dead puppies aren't much fun.
And it's true. You ever had a dead puppy? It's no fun at all.
They don't come when you call. They don't chase squirrels at all. Dead puppies aren't much fun.
Come on, sing along, Shel.
I'm not gonna.
Dead puppies.
I'm not even gonna listen.
My puppy died late last fall.
See, that makes me teary-eyed.
He's still rotting in the hall. Dead puppies aren't much fun. No.
Let's bring in the chorus. Come on.
Mom says puppy's days are through. She's going to throw him in the stew. Dead puppies aren't much fun.
Come on, everybody.
Dead puppies. Dead puppies.
You're just bastard people.
Dead puppies aren't much fun. Come on, everybody out there, sing along, okay? Dead puppies.
guys are awful.
Amen.
It's terrible.
Oh, yeah, dear Chainsaw, Jason Schmidt is a pitcher for the San Francisco Giants. Thank you. Not that you care, F the Giants. Patrick Wilson. Thank you. It is 7:36 and 18 seconds. This is your 101.5 KGB Sports Network. Oh, wow.
The Chainsaw was brought to you by Olhausen Billiards Game Room Superstore. You're going to find everything you need for your game room there. Family fun starts at 5620 Kearny Mesa Road. Here's Mark Sanchez.
Up in Oceanside, westbound on the 78, there's a guy stalled out in the left lane, throws his car, westbound 78 to the 5, so you got some slowing approaching that 5 transition on the west side of the 78. In the North County on the 15, starting to get a lot better here, just some minor slowing. Felicita down past Via Rancho Parkway, and then you're free for a little while, then it'll catch up with you as soon as you hit Poway. Mercy Road off and on toward Mira Mesa Boulevard. Northbound 805 out of the South Bay, you got a little slowing in National City. Then one more time again as soon as you head up through Kearny Mesa, Claremont Mesa Boulevard, up over the 52. Stop by the Home Depot for a free $100 Home Depot gift card by mail with a $2,000 purchase of installed roofing through the at-home services, good through April 30th. I'm Mark Sanchez with Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw on the 101.5 KGB.
101.5 KGB and the Fun Bike Center bring NASCAR to Cajon Speedway. Friday, April 25th. It's the KGB Race of Champions, and it's gonna be huge.
Marlin for the lead. NASCAR Winston Cup drivers Sterling Marlin, Kenny Wallace, Ken Schrader, and Jimmy Spencer.
Then they'll tear up the track and race each other on the fastest paved 3/8 mile in the West. Plus, promo battles Boyer for sidekick superiority in the celebrity race.
Get your tickets now before they sell out at all San Diego Evan-Stars locations.
$20 in advance, 25 days of the race. The KGB Race of Champions. Nowhere else in San Diego can you see NASCAR drivers actually racing each other. What a concept. From the Fun Bike Center and San Diego's world-class rock. 101.5 KGB.
Boy, I have a question. Whenever I give the phone number, I always say 888-570-1015. Do I need to say that anymore?
Well, I guess there's nobody really out of our zone. Oh, the people in Temecula probably should call 888.
What if you're in 858-619?
You can still call 570-1015 and it will automatically go through.
Okay, what if you're in 760?
It goes through.
Okay, so the 909 people.
Out of luck. You're the 888 boys.
All right. Should I just quit saying 888? Is it a waste of time?
Not for Temecula, but for the rest of us, I think it's a little redundant, and it routes the calls through L.A.
Okay. Well, you know what the phone number is here. 570-1015, direct connect here at the KGB. We've got Anthony on the line, been holding a long time. I'm glad you waited, Anthony. What's going on?
Dave, you dumb son of a bitch.
Yeah?
Listen, Dave, you're killing me, brother.
What'd I do?
Yesterday, you got a phone call from Brittany and her mother.
Yeah, they wanted to hear the Camel Toe song.
Yeah.
Little 16-year-old girl wanted to hear the Camel Toe song.
Yeah. Have you been watching the war coverage? Does the meeting of collateral damage, weapons of mass destruction, and civilian casualties mean anything?
And embedded. Get embedded in there somewhere.
Our new buzzword.
Well, what they failed to inform you of is firmly embedded in the back seat of the car they were calling from was my 6-year-old son.
Oh.
And last night he walked through the living room singing, "I Saw Your Camel Toe."
Oh, right.
He's adapted the "I Saw Your Boner" game.
Learn them young.
Well, when he did that, I scurried to my parental manual and I rifled through it and I found all the, teenage pregnancy, drugs, and all that. But I didn't find anything about camel toe.
Nothing in there about camel toe. What damn good is that help?
Steak and knobber. There's nothing in there about that.
See,
We've already had to tell him that a knobber is a potato.
Sure.
And
just
And the
thought you
potato
might-
goes in front.
So what happens when he goes to school and Daddy gave me a knobber last
Oh.
That- you know, that's what I'm. That's what I'm.
Right at the dinner table.
I'm dreading the phone call from his teacher or some distraught parent of some girl in his class, you know, and my wife, I talked to her last night, and she says, you know, I do turn the radio down on occasion.
Sure.
But I think, you know, the crackpot news is not the time to do it.
She's turning down the radio during the crackpot news?
Well, if my son's hearing Steak and Knobber and all these other songs,
You know, you got to report the news.
The news is the news, and it must be reported. Thank you,
Yes.
Anthony, for the call. Appreciate that. 888-570. There, I just 888 it again.
Habit.
It's going to be a while till I break that habit. Mark, you're on a KGB. What's going on, bud?
Good morning, guys. I got a question for you.
Bring it.
The Man song.
Yes.
Who the heck sings that thing?
Sean Morey.
Don?
Sean, S-E-A-N, Sean Morey.
Morey.
Yes.
Is that M-O-R-E-Y?
That is correct.
Sean Morey.
Yep.
Okay. And don't they have a woman song, too?
He sings them both.
All right. What's the other one? Oh, you know it's going to be a great day.
He sings that one, too.
Oh, you are so good. I love you guys. I've been telling my wife we live up in Orange County, and we can't get you, but I'm down here 2-3 days a week. And she wants to hear it, and I just had to know.
Okay.
Love you guys. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the call.
Bye.
Let's go with Kathy next year on the KGB. Hey, Kathy, what's going on?
Yeah, hey, I heard you guys are going to have Kiss and I think Aerosmith tomorrow night live.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Sounds good. You got me live on the radio, huh?
Yes. Let me check. Let me see. Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
good. You got me live on the radio, huh?
Yes. There we go.
Yeah, turn it down. Whatever happened to Miss Sue Delaney?
Oh, I don't know. You're talking about something that's 40 years old now.
Hey, I'm not that old now. Anyway, what time's the best time to, like, call to request a song or something?
See, that's what happens when you've got a radio station that hasn't changed format and kept the same call letters for 35 years.
And the same number, yeah.
Whatever happened to Art Linkletter? I want him back.
Hey, no. Sue Delaney, man. She was...
Whatever happened to that DJ back in 1921?
Hey, that was the 80s, man.
Man. Oh, I wasn't here in the 80s, Kathy, so I don't know.
I was. You can buy a house from Cole Lewis.
Are you going to try and field this question?
No.
All right, then. Thank you very
So
much.
anyway, can you give me some answers on this
On the what?
concert tomorrow?
It's not a concert. It's an interview that we're going to do from Los Angeles.
Cool.
And you will be able to call in and speak with the members of Aerosmith and Kiss.
And that's if I can get through, right?
Yeah, it won't be this phone number. It'll be a different telephone number, and I won't know what that is until we get to
Until tomorrow.
the studios in L.A. tomorrow. But it's being carried by 70 radio stations, coast to coast.
Yeah, I know that. Okay. All right. Well, you guys have a nice morning.
Thank you, Kathy.
All right. Peace.
Hope you listen to the thing tomorrow, and I'll go looking for Sue Delaney right as soon as I get off the air today.
Maybe she's in L.A.
She could be.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
All right.
Dave, I'm 38, and for some reason my doctor wants me to get a colonoscopy. Anybody got experience with one of those?
No.
The old Panaflex up the poop chute?
The only thing I've done is that virtual imaging thing,
Yeah.
where they can do it without going up there.
Right, exactly.
Which is the only way you should do it.
I agree.
All right.
I'm 38. For some reason, my doctor wants me to get a colonoscopy. I think she just wants me to have something to talk about with my friends. It's set for April 30th, and that's one thing I'm not looking forward to. You know, basically, they stick a freaking camera up your poop chute and surf the highway. The women at the office are tearing into me, calling me a baby because it's nothing like childbirth. But the guys here who've had it done were sharing in my misery.
Go to the virtual imaging.
I think, did you notice what he said? He's got a woman doctor.
Yeah.
And he said, for some reason, it's not like he said I'm having terrible colon problems. It's because women enjoy watching men in embarrassing, humiliating, painful situations.
Well, duh. Of course.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's a way out of it for him. He doesn't have to do that.
You can't get through an episode of America's Funniest Home Videos with at least 2 or 3 good kicks in the nuts.
Yeah, that's true.
You never see an episode of America's Funniest Home Videos where a woman gets slapped around in the Hooters. Ever.
I guess you're right. Because men would rather play with him than slap him around, I think.
It's that thing where it's okay on one side, but it's not the other. What's that called?
Double standard?
It's a double standard.
Yes, it is.
It's funny when men get kicked in the groin. It's not when women do. Isn't that true?
I think to some extent it is.
Yeah. Kirk, you're on the KGB. What's going on?
I have had a colonoscopy, Dave.
Was it a lot of fun?
You know, there's a whole lot of permutations to it that people often overlook. First of all, the night before, you have to totally purge yourself, so they send you to the drugstore for something that is completely nuclear. And then...
Please, pronounce it correctly.
Nuclear.
Nuclear, I'm sorry. And then, also, in order for the thing to be able to move around and see, they're pumping you full of air the whole time.
Oh, my God.
Makes you a little gassy, doesn't it?
You're a little gassy.
Or a Macy's Day Parade balloon. Good God.
It doesn't hurt that much. In fact, I'm sorry to say, I guess I enjoyed it. But anyway.
You didn't really enjoy it.
When you come out, they say you might want to sit on the John for a minute, and then you pass gas for, I say, 90 seconds straight.
Cool. That sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
World record fart?
You know it.
Sweet.
Well,
love your show.
Thanks. I love yours.
That's just
I
terrible.
just had a birthday, so I have to go to for a complete physical. I'm in there undressed. The guy tells me to bend over. He's putting a rubber glove on. I said, "What's happening?" He said, "It's nothing. I need a stool specimen." I said, "Well, how about I on the floor and you pick it up?" Same shit, no hand up the ass. He said, "Don't worry, I wear a glove." Yeah, that was my main concern, the glove. Not the diving watch. I was wearing like a Rolex Colon Master. I had to get a thing called a sigmoidoscopy. They have something like this long. The guy goes, "Now, Robert, today we're going to stick this up your ass." I said, "Why? Did one of my checks bounce?" He said, "No, don't be alarmed. It's just to look around." I said, "Yeah, for a parking space? Come on." I thought this thing was a coat rack when I came in. He says, "This detects blood in your colon." I said, "Yeah, if you use that, I can make a prediction right now." Made me lay down, velcroed my arms to my sides, turns me upside down. He's feeding it in like the Roto-Rooter guy. I thought he was laying a phone line to Hong Kong in there. He says, "You might feel a little pressure on the roof of my mouth. Get it out." And he thinks he can talk to you while he's doing it, you know? "Yeah, so what do you think of the baseball strike?" "I taste metal." And then I'm laying there upside down with this thing up my ass, and he goes, "I gotta call somebody else in here." I said, what is this, something wrong?" "No, he's just never gonna believe you let me do this to you." I hate those guys. "Yeah, your left testicle feels funny." Well, then leave it alone. Feels funny for me that you're holding it so long. I don't see what this has to do with my root canal anyway.
We get a break. Working our way towards 8 o'clock here on the KGB San Diego. Hey, it's looking kind of cloudy and rainy. Whoops. Must be Thursday.
Was your wife doing some sort of a rain dance last night?
Oh, you know it.
Yeah.
Feathers and horns and
drums.
Yep.
Wow.
She loves it. That's, you know what? And she laughs and points and laughs on Thursday when it rains.
Now you can go to lunch with me.
God, she took me to a hen place for lunch the other day.
Oh, where'd you go?
I was the only guy in the whole restaurant.
Louise.
No.
What?
No.
That means it's a hen restaurant.
I think you guys would like that.
Oh,
Look at beautiful women.
That you can't have? Because you're there with your first wife? No, it's not a good thing.
Well, first of all the hens in there, my wife was probably 50 years younger than all the rest of them.
Wow.
Did you drop that
movie line about the vagina?
No, I didn't bring that up, Chainsaw.
No?
No.
Okay.
Was this some sort of cafeteria? Or
No, it was a little restaurant at a vineyard winery thing.
Visiting Aunt
how
Edna up in the
lovely.
commissary at Lawrence Welk.
Let me tell you something. I'm looking around going, geez, I'm the only guy here. And I look at the menu, and it's all watercress this. And, brother, what am I doing here?
Good God, give me an omelet. Give me a couple of hot cakes and a sausage on the side.
For lunch?
Well, yes. Yes, I'm a breakfast for lunch guy. Absolutely, without question.
Thank you for being so indignant about it.
He's very firm about
everything is a battle, isn't it? Everything's just like, I'm waging war now with my conversation.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
I am a breakfast for lunch man, and you can't take that right away from me.
Declared that.
I was a little hungry and thinking, man, that's a good idea.
Joe Davis is trying to take that right away from me.
I'm putting my lunch flag right now.
But at the end of the
day, I won't do a damn thing about it.
I signed the recallgraydavis.org petition, and that was about it for now.
And then you had an omelet, right?
And then I'm going to have an omelet for lunch.
No, you're not.
I had an omelet for lunch yesterday, so I actually I concur with Boyer.
Do you do it with the vigor and the vim that he does?
No, I just eat the damn thing.
Yeah.
Oh, how bland. Ew.
I know. It's pretty bad.
You're funny, Boyer. You know that.
Guy's like Lincoln
You're
at Gettysburg
hysterical.
when he's talking about what he wants for
I
lunch.
know.
By God,
We're going to free the slaves,
and I'm going to have an omelet for lunch.
eggs for dinner.
Because I'm a breakfast for lunch kind of guy.
You can't take that right away from me.
Well, Southern people, well, I'll give you 1 out of 2.
All right, let's get a traffic update with Mark Sanchez here on the KGB.
Well, it's getting a lot better there, guys. It looks like it's a Thursday light here. Southbound 15 slowing through Escondido, only Felicita to Villa Rancho, but then it's heavy through Poway. Poway Road off and on down toward Mira Mesa Boulevard. Coastline's absolutely gorgeous, just some minor slowing toward the Manchester Avenue exit. Out of the South Bay, off and on northbound 805. Plaza up past 43rd toward 94. And then again from Claremont Mesa Boulevard as you make your way over the 52. The United Port of San Diego is proud to be a sponsor of the White Sea Bass Restocking Program. 2 net pens at the Grape Street Pier house baby bass until they're large enough to be released into the ocean. To participate, visit sdoceans.org. I am Mark Sanchez with Dave Shelling Chainsaw on the 101.5 KGB.
Help is just around the corner during the Great Garden event going on now at your participating True Value store.
School of Family Values, all the lessons you never learned at home.
Yes, ma'am, this is Mitsubishi Motors calling. We're having a bigger, better zero event, and I got a value you might appreciate.
Chastity?
And that was last month. Right now you can buy the 2003 Mitsubishi Galante E midsize sedan for an adjusted value price of only $14,567. That's based on an MSRP of $17,767 minus a $3,200 manufacturer's cash rebate.
My goodness, what a value.
Yeah, it is, and that includes the works. Power windows and door locks, AC, 140-watt CD audio system, and more for only $14,567.
We teach a class in frugality. You should come.
I don't dance.
Head to Mitsubishi and buy a brand new 2003 midsize Galante E at an adjusted value price of only $14,567. Hurry, Mitsubishi's bigger, better zero event ends soon. Important program and credit restrictions apply. Cannot be combined with other MMCA financing programs. Visit MitsubishiCars.com or call 1-888-MITSU-2003 for details.
We also teach a class in cleanliness.
What are you trying to say?
With TVG, the interactive horse racing network, you can watch and bet on races from the nation's top tracks at home. Makes you wonder what else you can do from home. Does it not?
Indeed it does.
Let's see.
Hi, Deep Sea Fishing.
Hello there, Captain. Can I catch halibut?
Of course.
From home?
No, you'll have to come on down to the ocean.
Interesting.
It's true, you can't fish from home. But with TVG, you can watch the races and bet the races 7 days a week right from your couch. Sign up now at TVGnetwork.com or call 888-PLAY-TVG. Now, when you bet $50, TVG will give you $50. Log on to TVGnetwork.com or call 888-PLAY-TVG in time for the Kentucky Derby on May 3rd. Go to TVGnetwork.com or call 888-PLAY-TVG today. TVG, the Interactive Horse Racing Network. Watch TVG on Cox Digital Channel 329. Must be 21 or older and reside in a state where wagering services are available. Offer good for new accounts only. National Gambling Helpline 1-800-233-8479.
Where should you go? A local family-owned dealer or the one owned by a big corporation?
Go for the excellence. Cunningham.
Hi, I'm Gina Cunningham from Cunningham BMW. At Cunningham, our family has given excellent customer service for over 40 years. We've developed thousands of long-lasting relationships. Since 1990, BMW measures customer satisfaction and gives its Center of Excellence Award to just 15 out of 350 dealers. Cunningham is the only San Diego dealership to win this award 9 times. You won't find us on the stock exchange. You will find us just off Interstate 8 at the El Cajon Boulevard exit.
Go for the excellence. Cunningham.
Get financing as low as 2.9% APR on new 325 coupes and 4 doors on approved credit through BMW Financial Services.
Go for the excellence. Cunningham.
Cunningham BMW.
Because these days, saving money isn't optional. Because convenience is a way of life. Because your busy mornings deserve a break. Because breakfast shouldn't break the bank. People come to McDonald's for billions of reasons, like exciting new tastes at affordable prices. Just try our new $1 sausage breakfast burrito. Spicy sausage, scrambled eggs, tomatoes, onions, green chilies, and cheese wrapped in a warm flour tortilla. Just $1 every morning. And even more eye-opening with a steaming cup of coffee and crisp hash browns for a little bit more. The new $1 sausage breakfast burrito, only at McDonald's. Smile.
During breakfast hours only. Price and participation may vary.
And here's another reason. Filet-O-Fish Extra Value Meals, just $2.99 every Friday. A tender, flaky Filet-O-Fish sandwich, 21-ounce soft drink, and America's favorite fries. Only $2.99 every Friday. But hurry in. It's only for a limited time.
Had a bad experience trying to buy a car? Yeah. Oh, man. I tell you what. You know, I know all car dealerships are not terrible, but boy, there are a lot of bad ones out there.
Yep, there's some.
I mean, a lot of bad ones out there. You know, you get the double talk. Oh, let's call it what it is. You get the lies. Lies. You know, they tell you they'll do one thing, and then when they've got you in the store and you found the car that you like and now you're like really want it, all of a sudden everything starts changing.
You know what it's like, Dave? It's like they beat you down.
And now you know what you got to do? You got to walk down the street.
I know, because you can't drive.
Can't drive down that street.
No car.
Well, the folks at Mossy recognize this, and whether you're looking for a Nissan, a Ford, a Toyota, a Chevrolet, it doesn't matter. They've invented a totally new process called the Mossy Way to Buy. And there's no going from when you go to Mossy and you find the car that you like, the price is right there. You don't have to worry about being a clever bargainer. You don't have to worry about being more skilled than, you know, some car salesman who's been doing it for 20 years. Price is on the window and that's it. There's nothing to figure out. Work out the details, get the options you want. And for example, maybe this has happened to you. You said, you know what, I think I can get better financing in another place. And so they say to you, well, then we can't sell you this car for that price. Doesn't happen in Mossy. You find your own financing? No problem. Price is still the same. It's the Mossy Way to Buy. Even at Mossy Chevrolet, where they have 130 Silverado trucks, 18 Corvettes, they're all Mossy value priced. It's the brand new Mossy Way to Buy. Good morning, Alex. You're on KGB San Diego and KGBB Temecula, just to name two of the affiliates that carry our nationally syndicated show. I could read more for you, but it would take all day. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm quite upset with you guys this morning because you played a wonderful song, Dead Puppies Aren't Much Fun.
And you're upset with us for that.
Well, now I've got it stuck in my head.
Yeah.
My wife and I are going shopping for a puppy this weekend.
Sexy.
And she is a big animal lover, and if I come home singing this song, I'm going to be a dead puppy.
Bonnie, what kind of puppy are you going to get?
We have no idea. We're going to go to the shelter and just see which one tickles our fancy.
Oh, good for you.
But just wanted to let you know that I think I'm going to be singing this song all day, and it's really going to be distracting.
There's another great song. How's it go, Boyer?
How much is that doggy in the casket?
Oh.
The one with the motionless tail.
Oh, now you guys are
I
just
don't
cruel.
think he'd eat a lot of Alpo. And it smells like that doggy is stale.
No.
I don't want a doggy who is too active or one who would bark in the least. Na 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 na.
Really?
But it smells like that doggy's deceased.
Oh, good God.
He's just like Blair, he can't remember the whole song.
Now, if you sing either of those songs when you're in the shelter, the puppies aren't going to come up to you. So don't do
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Well, my wife isn't going to come up to me.
Well, then keep that in mind.
Now, do you have kids? Do you have kids? Do you have kids, Alex?
Yes, we do, too. 11 and 14.
Oh, they must be so excited about getting a dog.
Oh, yes, absolutely. This will be our third dog.
Yay.
What happened to the first two? Dead?
Nope, not yet. They're still alive and kicking.
Now they'll be dead soon.
Yes, exactly.
They're just getting a new little friend.
Keep a good thought there, huh,
Oh,
David?
jeez.
Yep.
God, what has become of us?
And if I were you, I'd be careful about getting a cat, because they die, too.
Oh,
Sing a little song to you about it. We're on the KGB.
Oh, the cat got dead. We put him in a box and we dug a little hole. Covered him with rocks and we picked a couple dandelions. Said a little prayer and we all went off to bed because we mostly didn't care. But in the middle of the night, a dog started sniffing. Was a Labrador Retriever that belonged to Mrs. Griffin. And even though the cat was smelly and stiff, he thought it'd be a nice addition to Mrs. Griffin's kitchen. Well, throughout the house, she has cat curiosities with kitties on her couch and her coat and her colostomy. People gave her kitty gifts, but all a dog could afford is a cat he dug up with a case of rigor mortis. When the woman saw the cat, there began the pandemonium. The dog dropped the cat, and it clunked to the Congolium. It snapped back to life right there on the linoleum, shook its shaggy head out of its catatonium. From the floor to the counter and all around the kitchen, the cat was chased by the dog, and the dog by Mrs. Griffin, past the living room couch with a kitty motif, through the front door screen out into the street. Old John Duke drives the delivery route, and he happened to be passing with a van full of fruit. He missed the woman and the dog, but his face went pale, because in a splat the cat was corned beef hash with a tail. Yuck. Oh, the cat got dead. We put him in a box and we dug a little hole, and we covered him with rocks and we picked a couple dandelions, said a little prayer, and we all went off to bed, cause we mostly didn't care.
Dave. Well, you know, these people are pros. Shelly. They know what they're doing. And Chainsaw. They get the job done.
101.5
KGB.
Thanks for calling SVC Customer Service. May I help you?
Hi. If I order local service, can I add high-speed internet access, wireless service, or long distance?
Sure, you can add any service you like in any combination, and we'll only send one bill to your house.
How about a doghouse? Can I get the high-speed internet access, long distance, local, and wireless services hooked up to a doghouse? It's about 3 by 5 feet, carpet, wood shingles.
Wow, you must really love that dog.
Well, actually, I'm living here now. My wife says it's just temporary, though. It'll blow over pretty soon, probably. Back off, Fluffy, no!
Everyone has different needs, which is why with SBC you can get just the services you want, all together on one bill. To find the right combination of services and how you can save money, call 1-877-460-8015. SBC Pacific Bell is now simply SBC.
Fluffy, please, it's freezing out here.
For residential subscribers only. Long distance provided by SBC Long Distance.
The following message of gratitude is brought to you by Kearney Mesa Toyota.
There is a light that shines on our country. You can see it in the eyes of those so brave who stepped forward to pay the price, the utmost sacrifice. They're standing in harm's way. We thank you, every platoon and every crew. We do honor you for the courageous things you do. To our country, always true. To the red, white, and blue, we thank you.
Kearney Mesa Toyota wants to salute the courageous men and women risking their lives to protect the freedoms we hold dear.
To the red, white, and blue, we thank you.
Thank you from Kearney Mesa Toyota off 163 north of Balboa.
The Home Depot is more than a store. It's a lawn and garden fountain of youth, where you'll find everything your lawn needs to be lush and green, plus everything to make it weed and insect free. It's how to grow the best lawn with the best brands in the business, like Scott's, Vigoro, and Ortho. And it's everything you'll need to apply them, from sprayers to spreaders. The Home Depot is a class in the art of one-upping your neighbor. It's associates with know-how, so you'll know exactly what to use and when to use it. And it's the guaranteed low price every day to make every dollar work. Now is the time to think about protecting against snails and slugs. Stop by the Home Depot today for Vigoro Snail and Slug Killer Pellets. They protect your lawn and are safe to use on fruit and vegetable plants. And while you're there, ask one of our knowledgeable associates for more tips on keeping your yard in its best shape this season. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
He's the five of clubs and the most wanted deck. A half-brother of Saddam Hussein was caught by U.S. Special Forces. Get the latest news 24 hours a day on News Radio 600 KOGO.
Are you ready for the wildest offer of the year? How about unlimited safaris at the San Diego Wild Animal Park for the rest of the year? All for the price of one admission. Just $26.50 for adults and $19.50 for kids. It's called the Safari Pass, and it's only available until May 31st. A trip to the Wild Animal Park is like a trip to Africa. You can ride the Wogasa Bush Line Railway and see giraffes, rhinos, and cheetahs. And now, with the Safari Pass, you can go again and again. The sooner you get your Safari Pass, the more adventures you can take. So visit the Wild Animal Park today and be a wild thing.
Safari Pass is not valid with any other discounts. Some restrictions apply. Be sure to visit the San Diego Wild Animal Park's interactive Butterflies and Orchids event through April 27th.
Actor Kristen Davis using a typical cell phone.
Excuse me, where's the set for the morning show? I'm supposed to be on in 15 minutes.
Sorry, I don't know. They moved it.
Oh, I can check with my publicist. Hello, this is Rebecca. Leave a message and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. I'll just find it myself. Oh, must be the next one.
That's interesting, but what happened after you married your nephew?
Definitely not.
Well, that was fun. Wonder what would have happened if Kristen had been using a Nextel with the walkie-talkie feature.
Hey, Rebecca, where's the morning show? Oh, it's the last lot on the left.
Yes, life's good when you're Kristen Davis, but life's better when you're Kristen Davis and you have the cell phone with a walkie-talkie. Nextel. For more information, call 1-800-NEXTEL-9 or shop at Nextel.com. Make your cell minutes last longer. Sign up for a Nextel free incoming calling plan today. Offer ends April 30th, 2003. Shop at Nextel.com or call 1-800-NEXTEL-9. 1-year agreement, account setup fee, taxes, charges, and other restrictions may apply. Phones by Motorola.
You knew it was coming. It was just a matter of when. For a limited time, Ford will offer 0% for 5 years or $3,000 factory cash on Explorer, Explorer Sport, F-150, Ranger, Taurus, Crown Vic, Windstar, and Excursion. And for the first time ever, there's 0% for 5 years or $3,000 cash on the 2003 Ford Expedition. You've been waiting for the day when buying a new car or truck was as simple as this. 0% for 5 years or $3,000 cash. See your San Diego County Ford dealer today, because an opportunity like this is simply too good to last.
Offer excludes Sport Track, Super Crew, SVT, and diesel models. Not all buyers will qualify for 60-month Ford credit, 0% APR Ford financing at $1,667 per month for $1,000 financed with 10% down. Take new retail delivery from dealer stock by 5503. See dealer for residency restrictions and simplification.
Boyer, we have been challenged, and it's not just you and me, but certainly the brunt of the challenge will fall squarely on your stories with myself, the joke czar. We have been challenged this morning to a round of reverse Stump the Joke Czar. Now, this is completely different from Stump the Jokes Are in that what you do is you call us up and you give us the punchline to your joke. And if we can't give you the setup, you win.
It's like Jokes Are Jeopardy?
Kind of. 888-570-1015 is a direct connect. If you are successful, I agree. I concur. But how professional would it be of me to laugh in the little contestants' faces? I have tickets to the KGB Racer Champions coming up next week at Cajon Speedway. Is this the one that you and Boyer or Bromo have a wager on?
Yes. Yeah, it is. There are going to be 10 or 12 celebrities from other radio facilities, including Mason, who will be racing in some cars out there.
Can you push Mason into the wall for us?
Oh, sure. He won't even be in a car.
Okay.
I'll run him into the wall. But we're going to do the Race of Champions. Then they're also going to have a bunch of NASCAR guys who are really genuinely good drivers racing.
As opposed to you?
Yeah. Yeah, I make no bones about that.
Okay.
But, I mean, pro guys, Kenny Schrader, Kenny Wallace, and I'm going to misname about half the people here who will be...
I think Jason Schmidt is one of the drivers out there.
Jason Schmidt is one of the drivers. Anyway, it's going to be a great night. Friday night racing at Cajon Speedway.
Yeah, but what happens when you beat Bromo at the race?
He has to wear some sort of a thong, which he's used to, and present me with a giant, gleaming, glistening trophy.
Why would it be glistening?
Because it's plastic and chrome. And that better be the only reason it's glistening.
Doesn't glisten... doesn't the word glisten kind of insist that there's some sort of
viscosity?
Yes, liquid.
I hope it just has the wet look. It doesn't actually have to be.
What happens if you suffer some sort of catastrophic engine failure and Bromo beats you?
That's the way it is. That's you have to finish to finish. I mean,
interesting.
I'm not doing this well today.
I thought the answer was, and I don't know why I didn't ask, I didn't just give the answer. I thought the answer was that if Bromo beats you, you have to do the same thing.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I'll wear the Sombrero Super Thong and...
Big burrito thong?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. The Sombrero Super Speedo, I think is what we're calling it. And I'll present the award to him.
All right, you know how it works. It's reverse Stump the Joke Czar. You give us the punchline, we've got to give you the setup. You want to go first?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go with Ken first here on reverse Stump the Joke Czar. Let's hear it, Ken.
Hey, it's you know.
That's the punchline?
That's the punchline.
Wow.
Is this possibly the joke about the guy who is hiding in the bedroom?
No.
The girl comes in and starts taking all her body parts off? No?
No.
No? Okay.
That's too few words. I'm sorry.
That's the punchline.
That's the punchline.
You know. All right, let's hear it.
Okay, the guy walks into a pet shop, and he walks in the door, and there's...
Oh, this is the cursing parrot.
No, the guy walks in the pet shop, and walks in the door, and there's a bird there that says, "Hey, mister, you're the ugliest man I know." And he gets a little offended. So he goes and tells the store manager, and the manager comes back out, and he takes the bird, and he takes the bird in the back room, and he brings the bird back out, and he says, "Sarah," he says, "the parrot has told me he would never say that again to you." Guy says, "Okay, that's fine." He says, "No problem." So the guy's getting ready to walk out the door, and the bird goes, "Hey, mister." And he goes, "What?" And the bird says,
"You know." That's a pretty good joke.
Yeah, it is.
I don't believe we have ever been stumped
Right out
on
of
the
the
very
box.
first
Damn
contestant
it.
on Stump the Jokes Are, whether it's forwards or reverse. Nicely done, Ken. You hold on. You scored.
"Okay."
That is a great joke. I love that one. All right. That's like throwing the first pitch and he's knocking it out of the park. We'll recover from this.
Yes.
Don't worry. All right. Let's go with Sean next year on Reverse Stump the Jokes Are. Go ahead, Sean.
Hey, Dave. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. I love your show.
I love yours.
So my punchline is, no, that's just vanilla ice cream.
Ah. Uh-oh. Yeah. This is the penguin that's driving his snowmobile across the Antarctic.
and the engine goes out on him. So he pushes it into the nearest town, says to the mechanic, I don't know, I was just driving along, all of a sudden thing just shut out on me. And the mechanic pops the hood on the snowmobile and says, wow, looks like you blew a seal. And that's when the Penguin says, no, that's just vanilla ice cream. Okay.
You got it.
Yes, I did. Shell, you want to try one?
I'll try one.
Go ahead, Pete.
Hey, yeah, Dave. It's beige. I think I'll take the ceiling beige.
This is the difference in a prostitute who's with a man that she's deeply in love with for an hour, who says, ooh, ah, or the wife who, while making love with her husband, says nothing but beige. I think I'll paint the ceiling beige.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Steve, you're next here on the KGB. Reverse Stump the Jokes are. Let's hear it.
All right. If I'd known you were going to take your time, I would have taken my pantyhose off.
This is the guy that's making love to his girlfriend, and he thinks he's doing such a great job because her toes keep curling up. Her toes are curling up like the Wicked Witch of the West.
Yes.
Going up and up and up. And he says, yeah, I noticed I did a pretty good job the way you were wiggling your toes back and forth like that. And she says, well, if I'd known you were going to take your time like that, I would have taken my pantyhose off.
No.
All right, let's hear it.
This guy and a woman are in a bar. They get a little amorous, decide to go out to his car. They climb into the back seat, and after they're done with it, he's climbing back into the front seat, and he says, geez, if I'd known you were a virgin, I would have taken my time.
Ah.
Oh.
And she says...
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. What's the ruling on this going to be? Because I did have...
Yeah.
I'm going to give it to you,
Yeah,
Czar.
you had
Really?
an acceptable joke.
But so did he.
setup.
But so did he.
though,
But
and I
it
think you
doesn't
got to
matter.
kick him out of prize.
He's done.
Guy goes to the runner.
No.
How about being funny? The guy didn't tell it well.
No,
Sanchez. Yikes.
wait a minute.
Huh?
It was funny. You do lose a little bit in the timing when you start with the punchline.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to you, Steve.
Yeah, I think you should.
Outstanding.
I'm going to give it to you, Steve, but I am not going to recognize it as a loss.
No.
All right?
Fine.
That's right.
Take
1, 1, and 1.
Take your damn Cajon
2-1.
Speedway tickets.
Hell out of here.
Megan, you're on the KGB. Let's hear it.
What?
Let's hear it, Megan. Let's hear your punchline.
Oh yeah, you're a vagina.
Now, is that the punchline or a comment?
That's the that's the punchline.
Is that the looks bad but feels good joke?
Yeah.
Yeah. Guy comes downstairs. In fact, I'll play it for you in a second
Oh,
here.
I love that joke.
Yeah. Yeah, the Joke of the Day players did a nice job of that live on stage one time. Dig that out for you. Thank you, Megan. Steve, you're on the KGB. What's going on?
Okay, Uncle Chester says, hell no, look what it did to your panties.
Oh, boy. Hell no, look what it did to your panties.
Uh-oh.
That's Aunt Edna saying, how would you like some of this?
Sporting those split crotch panties on Chester's birthday.
Yeah.
She comes up,
Split crotch.
lifts up her skirt.
Hey,
and offers
Chester, how would you like some of this?
Hey,
no. That's a great joke. Tyler, you're on the KGB. What's going on?
Hey, Dave.
Reverse Stump the Jokes are. Let's hear it.
Hey, you can't eat a pig like that all at once now, can you?
Well,
I
that's
love
the
this one too.
three-legged pig, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Oh, man.
The three-legged pig that had saved the whole family's life.
Yeah, wooden leg. It got a wooden leg.
How'd he lose his leg? Well, a pig that good, you can't eat them all at once.
Exactly. Dang. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Love your show.
I love yours. All right, Count of the Quarter Kooks, take one for me.
Bring it on.
Let's hear it, Roy.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. It's never been tried.
Count? I don't know. It's never been tried. Count!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, go ahead.
You want the answer?
Yeah.
How many Frenchmen does it take to defend France?
And we knew that one.
Damn it.
We did know that one.
Damn it.
You blew it.
Yes, we did.
Damn.
See, this is much more challenging than
It is.
standard Stump the Jokes are. Hold on, Roy. You're a winner.
Damn. Very challenging for me because I don't know jokes. I only know punchlines.
Heather, you're on the KGB.
Okay, I have one for you.
Bring it.
It's a knick-knack, paddywhack, give the frog a loan.
That would be the frog that comes into the bank for a loan, goes to loan officer Patty Whack, and says, I'd like a loan, please. And Patty Whack, being the dutiful loan officer that she is, says, get the hell out of here. We don't give loans to amphibians. And the frog says, hey, I got collateral. Don't worry about it. And she says, what kind of collateral for a bank loan could a stupid little frog have? Well, he brings out his little sack and he produces a little toy statue. And she says, well, I'm going to have to go to my bank officer about this and ask him. He comes over, looks everything over, and says, hey, that's a knick-knack, paddywhack. Give the frog a loan.
Thanks a lot, Dave.
Fabulous.
One of my favorites.
Let me go.
It was morning time on the Turd Farm. That's right, the farm of Ma and Pa Turd and their 2 children. And long before the sun had come up, Pa was busy working on the bills, and by golly, things were tough. So bad were things that, well, Pa Turd was put into a right foul mood. And by the time Ma Turd came downstairs, Pa's mood was so sour that, well, he kind of took it out on poor Ma.
Morning, Pa. Oh, I see you're doing the bills. How's things adding up for this month?
Pa Turd just kind of grumbled and then reaching over and giving Ma Turd's breast a rude honkin'.
I tell you what, Ma, if we could just get these old girls to give milk, we could get rid of the cows. Oh, God. Yes, sir.
Not surprisingly, Ma Turd didn't appreciate the crudeness of Pa's joke, but she blew it off and continued making breakfast.
Oh, Pa, I think you're exaggerating. After all, things can't really be that bad. Can't be that bad.
Exclaimed Pa, and then reaching over. Oh, this is not nice. And giving Ma a poke in the most inappropriate private place, he exclaimed with a sneer,
if we could just get these things to lay eggs, maybe we could get rid of the chickens. Yes, sir?
Ma Turd had had enough, so she finished the omelet she had prepared for Pa, dropped it in front of him at the table, and then without ceremony, reached down into his lap and, grabbing a hold firmly of his flugelhorn, she announced,
Well, if we could just get this hard, we could get rid of the donkey.
Just then, Ma and Pa Turd's eldest child, their daughter, bounded down the stairs, giddy and full of life, the kind of daughter parents could only dream of. She was their pride and joy, and she greeted them with her traditional hello.
Whoop, Daddy! Whoop,
Yes, it was none other than their daughter, streetwalker Twatsky LaRue. Now, Pa, who was still busy working on the family finances, called to his daughter.
Trotsky! Trotsky, darling, come on over here and tell your pa how much money you made last night.
Twatsky sauntered over to the table and turning the pockets of her pink hot pants inside out, she apologized.
Sorry, Daddy. No money last night. It was too cold. Nobody was out. No money? You mean to tell me you didn't have any action at all last night? Well, not exactly.
Explained Twatsky.
Yes, sir. I did give Obama a waka, 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 waka. Waka, waka, waka.
Go, girl.
Well, that was so I could get something warm to eat. Whoop, Daddy! Yes, sir.
Well. It was then that their young son, pride and joy of the Turd family, soon to be heir to the farm, young Skeeter Turd bounded down the stairs.
Well, hello, everybody. And isn't it a lovely day today?
But Sister Twatsky recoiled in shock at the sight of her brother and shrieked,
Oh, my God! What's wrong with you? You look terrible.
But Skeeter shrugged off the comment.
Well, you must be seeing things. I feel good.
Skeeter sauntered past his pa, who was still busy poring over the family finances.
Morning, Pa. And how are you this lovely spring morning? Judith, freeze! Oh, my God!
Pa Turd nearly fell out of his chair. His face turned white.
What the hell happened to you, son? You look like walking death.
This was the second person to comment on Skeeter's appearance and how he was getting kind of bothered by it by now.
What? Nothing's wrong with me, Daddy. I feel good. In fact, I feel real good. Yes, sir. I think I'll go give my mama a big old kiss.
And she burst into the kitchen where Mama was busy scrambling eggs, but before he could even greet his Mama good morning, she shrieked,
Oh!
Skeeter, darling, what's happened to you?
Nothing's happened to me, Mama. I feel good. In fact, I feel real good.
Well, that did it. Now Skeeter was good and worried.
Gee whiz, Mama. Everybody said I look bad, but I feel real good. What does it mean?
Oh, Skeeter, you go and fetch that fancy doctoring book you was always reading. You know, the one that tells you about Joe's aches and pains.
That's right.
I'll go find out what's wrong, boy. Go on, quick, go fetch it.
Okay, Ma.
And Skeeter dashed away to the bookcase, was gone for quite some time. Till suddenly, he staggered into the kitchen, tears streaming down his beet red face, onto his beet red neck. And sobbing madly, Skeeter threw his arms around his dear mother.
What is it that their books say?
Look right here, Ma.
Said Skeeter, showing her the page.
Right here. Looks bad, but feels real good. Oh, Ma.
Oh, Skeeter.
I'm a vagina.
Wound down, then it paid up.
Jeez, I love it. Oh, God, that is so great.
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, my God, I'm gonna cry.
Keep listening to Claim Your Savings. $25,000. $100,000.
This is Gail with the
This is Steve Stallings.
Jennifer Rohr, and I just won $25,000.
$25,000 in cash.
$25,000 in cash.
Keep listening to Let Time Run Out on You from Sequan and Nokia on San Diego's world-class rock.
Oh my God! I'm in a little bit of shock right here.
1015 KGB.
The Cash Clock is brought to you by Nokia. Shop at Nokia.com/US to hook up with a new Nokia phone, service, and a cool downloadable ringtone.
Make your backyard dreams come true at Designer Spas and Barbecue.
It's Boycott Stress Days. Designer Spas and Barbecue and Jacuzzi brand spas have teamed up to save you money. Drift away in the soothing relaxation of your own genuine Jacuzzi brand spa. During Boycott Stress Days, there's also less stress on your pocketbook because Jacuzzi's rebating $500 and Designer Spa's discounting $500. That adds up to $1,000 in savings on every genuine Jacuzzi brand spa. Get free delivery, cover, and steps. Save $1,000 and enjoy the relaxation of a vacation every day right in your own backyard.
Make your backyard dreams come true at Designer Spas and Barbecue.
On Claremont Mesa Boulevard, just west of the 163, and on Broadway in El Cajon at the Target Center. It's Designer Spas and Barbecue.
Question: can anyone get your Ford car or truck ready for spring better than your participating dealership?
No.
Hurry in for our maintenance value package. For just $34.95 or less, you'll get a Motorcraft oil and filter change, tire rotation, fluid top-off, belts and hoses check, battery test, brake inspection, and more. For a limited time, just $34.95. Stop by and enter to win a trip to the Caribbean or to the world premiere of this summer's hot new movie, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl. In theaters July 9th. Quality Care Auto Service. Who knows your vehicle better?
Nobody.
See your participating Southern California Ford dealer today. Up to 5 quarts of Motorcraft oil, taxes and disposal fees extra. No purchase required for sweepstakes. See participating dealership for price, service hours, and sweepstakes rules through 5/25/03. For years, you thought of him as just a guy from the neighborhood, in a garage, trying to make a name for himself. Well, he's done it. And now he's putting on the ultimate event for those who've always believed in him. He's your Bridgestone tire retailer. And right now, he's presenting the ultimate Bridgestone tire sale with the widest choice of Bridgestone's most popular tires, all on sale. Like the advanced technology of the Bridgestone Potenza or the rain-loving Bridgestone Turanza. Whether you drive a sports car, sedan, SUV, or minivan, the Bridgestone Ultimate Tire Sale has the right Bridgestone tire for you. Now, at the lowest prices of the season. And while the selection of tires goes on and on, the Ultimate Bridgestone Tire Sale ends April 26th. Only at your authorized Bridgestone tire retailer.
Thank you, everybody.
For a Bridgestone or Firestone retailer near you, call 1-877-TIRE-USA or visit BridgestoneTire.com.
The BMW 3 Series is not only the sports sedan that created the category, it's also an unbeatable value. In fact, Edmunds.com found the 325i to have one of the lowest 5-year ownership costs in its class. Proving once and for all the old saying, you get what you pay for, is just that, an old saying. You'll be excited by its powerful 24-valve inline 6-cylinder engine, thrilled by its road-gripping suspension, impressed by its standard full maintenance for 4 years or 50,000 miles, and pleasantly surprised by its price. The BMW 3 Series, the ultimate driving machine. For more information on full maintenance, call 1-888-3114-BMW. See your San Diego County BMW Center for a test drive.
One, two, three, four. 1, 2.
Hey, in light of what you had to go through this week, the folks at Sleep Train have a nice break for you. It's a tax break. That's right. It's a tax break. You buy any mattress set. Well, I'll tell you what. You buy anything at the Sleep Train, they are going to pay your sales tax for you. The Sleep Train.
'Cause I'm the tax man.
That's right. They know you had a hard week. You don't even get money back. That's money that you've been waiting for. So you go in this week, You're shopping for the best betting gear in the business. All the big names, Sealy, Simmons, Stearns & Foster, even the Sleep Number Bet by Select Comfort. Don't bring your money. They're not interested in that. On approved credit, you get free financing. No payments, no down payments, low monthly payments for an entire year. Leave your wallet at home. And then hurry home because they do free same-day delivery. Buy it today, sleep on it tonight, and you will be paying no sales tax. That's the deal going on for you right now at the Sleep Train San Diego. All right, we will continue with reverse Stump the Joke Czar. We have had one winner so far. Is it one, Chris Boyer?
Yeah, I think so, Dave.
Or is it two?
I thought Chainsaw
two
was
winners.
keeping...
Yeah, there's a loss and a tie, but we gave the prize to the person
we got
who tied.
Yeah, we've got two prizes down, but one only counts as a win.
Yeah, we're
What?
3-1-1.
What do you got?
I had 2 winners and 1 tie.
No.
Whatever.
Thanks a lot, Emily.
Yeah,
It's that new math.
There goes our winning
Why
percentage.
don't you go kiss Saddam Hussein, huh? Seriously. Why don't you go hug Osama?
Well, she doesn't like this job.
Team player.
She's waiting for the perfect job.
Yeah.
Our precious Emily. Oh, my.
All right, we'll continue. Reverse Stump the Jokes are next year on the KGB. Right now, let's get a break for sports and the chainsaw here on the 101. Good morning.
Well, good morning, and thank you, David, and hello again, everybody in the sports world. Mark your calendars, October 27th, Qualcomm Stadium. The Chargers will be hosting the Miami Dolphins on Monday Night Football, a night that will feature first-year Dolphins linebacker number 55, Junior Seau, the master of ferocious game day performance and the master of third-person press conference chatter.
Junior Seau needed the Miami Dolphins more than the Miami Dolphins needed Junior Seau. What? For that, it calls for one thing. This organization is doing everything possible to commit themselves to winning the ring.
12 All-Pro seasons in 13 years as a Charger. Junior Seau now wearing orange and teal. Cookie Chainsaw Randolph looking forward to that Charger-Dolphins game. At Dodger Stadium last night, the Padres lost 3-0 and lost their starting catcher on this play.
Green off second, Jordan off first, the 3-0. Long shot right field. McGriff's out of the slump. That's going all the way to the wall. Bouncing to the right field corner. On to score is Green. Here comes Jordan. Here comes the throw. But a collision at home plate, and the ball comes free. And the run scores on a big-time collision. The Dodgers have a 3-0 lead, and into third base goes Fred McGriff on the throw home.
Yes, the former All-Pro NFL safety Brian Jordan came barreling around third and crashed into our catcher Gary Bennett. Look at the way Bennett's knee is positioned on today's UT Sports page. Ouch. 15-day disabled list for starters for Bennett. The 7-8 Chargers, the 7-8 Padres play the 6-9 Dodgers again tonight from Dodger Stadium. First pitch 7:10. Last night in Chicago, there was no fan incident at Comiskey Park, which is now called U.S. Cellular Field, which has a nice ring to it, huh?
Nice ring to it.
The White Sox beat Kansas City 4-3 without controversy, unlike the night before when a drunken dork ran out and attacked or tried to attack an umpire, for which he was roughed up and arrested. You know, at least that fan had his shirt on, unlike the shirtless father and son act last summer. So it's nice to see the White Sox attracting a higher class of drunken dork. You know, one more drunken attack and they will legally change their name to the Chicago White Trash. Yeah. So on that note, comedy genius Alex Case submits this rewriting of baseball's traditional classic. You know, somehow the 7th inning stretch will never quite sound the same after this.
Take me out to the ball game. Let me run on the field. Find me an ump or a coach to nail. I don't care if I wind up in jail, for it's drink, drink, drink till you're hammered. The field security will be blamed, for it's 1, 2, 3 slugs, you're out at the old ball game.
Okay.
What's Harry spelled backward? that my name backwards?
Oh, my. Last night at the Sports Arena, Duckles beat Bakersfield 5-2. That means they take a commanding 3-1 lead in the best-of-7 semifinals of the West Coast Hockey League playoffs. Game 5 tomorrow night at the arena, the Madhouse off Midway. The Gulls can close it out and advance to the finals. And look at those Anaheim Mighty Ducks of the NHL sweeping the defending Stanley Cup champion Detroit Red Wings 4-0 with last night's 3-2 win. One and done for Detroit, and the Ducks will play on. Wow. Meanwhile, in the National Bell.
I grew up listening to a sports announcer by the name of Harry Carey. Did you ever hear this guy? He does the Cubs game. He's legendary. He's in the Hall of Fame. He's like drunk by the third inning of the game. But you know he's drunk because he gets excited over the dumbest things. Like you're watching a game and out of nowhere you hear, "Hey! Check out the sombrero on that kid down there. That's a good-looking youngster, huh?" Like, what the hell was that all about? Don't forget Friday night's midget night here at Wrigley. Anybody accompanying a legal midget gets in free. Hi, and let's refrain from what the kids were doing last year, tossing the little guys over the wall to let their buddies in. Remember, only one midget per customer. Hey, check out the halter top on that one. Must be Big Hooter Day here at Wrigley. Flash your Hooters at the gate, you get it free. And remember, only 2 Hooters per customer. Coming up at the bottom of the 5th. Speaking of 5th, I could sure use some more scotch. I'm not totally hammered enough as it is.
How are you, Harry?
I'm just fine. How are you, buddy?
You know, I got the pleasure of singing the inaugural Harry Carey Take Me Out to the Ball Game at ASU.
Is that the way you always sound? Boy, you're terrible. How'd you get on the air?
Skitball Association. While Michael Jordan scored 15 points in his final game, a 20-point loss to Philadelphia, the Lakers showered Golden State to secure the number 5 spot in the Western Conference playoff positioning, and that means the 3-time defending champs will open the playoffs this Sunday at Minnesota. In other sports, David.
Ask that guy passing on northbound 8.
It is 8:46 and 29 seconds. This is your 101.5 KGB Sports Network. Oh, my.
Listen, Dave, you know very well that you never succeed in this business until you've had the experience of working with a terrible hangover. Not until you've been able to come through with flying colors under those circumstances can you consider yourself a professional. And Lord knows, I've had more than my share of hangovers.
Chainsaw brought to you by Express Tire.
Timing.
Where all Cooper tires are on sale and they must go. Call 1-888-EXP Tire. That's Express Tire. Did we do our 8:30?
No.
Here's Mark Sanchez.
Hi. Southbound 5, looking good. Just a minor slowing through Solana Beach. Southbound 15 at the end of Mira Mesa from Mercy Road as you pass Mira Mesa Boulevard. And now there's rain coming in from the coast off Mission Bay. You don't have to cause a crash to be a victim of one, so keep an eye out for irresponsible motorists when entering a highway or work zone. Please slow for the cone zone. I'm Mark Sanchez with Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw on the 101.5 KGB.
The following conversation is real. It took place on March 7th, 2003, between an OnStar advisor and a subscriber.
OnStar Emergency, this is Stacy. Have you located KM Ranch Road?
Yes, I'm unhurt, but my truck is totaled. Could you call my wife?
After the Highway Patrol is contacted, I will conference you in with your wife.
Okay, thanks.
Sheriff's Office. Yes, this is Stacy with OnStar. I have an accident with airbag deployment located on KM Ranch Road.
When you have OnStar, if your airbag deploys, an advisor receives a signal and calls to see if you need help. If no one answers, we'll locate you by satellite and send for emergency services.
Mr. Fuller, I have your wife on the line. Are you okay?
I'm okay. I totaled the truck, I think.
Okay, babe, I'm coming to get you now.
OnStar is available on the Chevy Trailblazer. To learn more, visit your Chevy dealer or Chevy.com/Trailblazer.
Mr. Fuller, would you like me to stay on the line with you until your wife arrives?
No, I'll be fine, thanks. You know, it's OnStar's pretty good stuff, isn't it?
Well, thank you, sir. Please know we're here for you whenever you need us.
OnStar, always there, always ready.
Thank you for calling SBC Customer Service. May I help you?
Yeah, hi. I was wondering, if I order local service, can I add high-speed internet access, wireless service, or long distance?
Sure, you can add any service you like, in any combination you'd like, all together on one bill.
Really? Well then, how about high-speed internet access, long distance, local, and wireless services with a side of hash browns, 2 eggs, a cup of coffee, decaf, followed by a back rub, someone to talk to when I get lonely, a ride to work every day, a dog that doesn't shed hair, an elegant yet affordable dining experience, a more efficient government, and jelly beans on command.
What was the fifth thing you said?
2 eggs?
Scrambled over easy or poached?
Everyone has different needs, which is why with SBC you can get just the services you want, all together on one bill. To find the right combination of services and how you can save money, call 1-877-460-8015. SBC Pacific Bell is now simply SBC. For residential subscribers only. Long distance provided by SBC Long Distance.
Do you want to save some serious money? Then it's almost impossible to beat our 79 and You'll Feel Fine sale. Hi, I'm Jeff Squirzel, president of Banner Mattress. 79 and You'll Feel Fine doesn't last long, but while it does, just $79 gets you any size mattress. And I'm not just talking about twin size. $79 gets you a full size, queen size, even king size mattresses. All just $79 each piece when you buy the set. Plus, leave the $79 at home. On approved credit, there's no payments for an entire year. Yep, a queen for the price of a twin. Plus no payments for a year. Banner Mattress. We make them, you save.
Banner Mattress for the rest of your life.
El Cajon, Chula Vista, Poway, San Diego, San Marcos, La Mesa, Ensenada, Santee, Escondido, and Oceanside. Call 1-888-3-BANNER for the store nearest you.
Hey, do you know about M-Mode? It's the service from AT&T Wireless that lets you send pictures to people. Pictures on your wireless phone. Send all your friends pictures of anything, like your new puppy. Your new boyfriend. The cop who pulled you over. Your new tattoo. Yikes. The shoes you're mildly interested in buying but aren't quite sure about. Yes, it's M-Mode. Send pictures, check email, listen to music, play games, and more.
AT&T Wireless M-Mode service starts at only $2.99 a month, plus usage charges. Sign up now and get your first month's access fee to M-Mode free. Just come in and add it to any qualified M-Life calling plan. That's M-Life, your mobile life made better by AT&T Wireless. Hurry into an AT&T Wireless store or visit attwireless.com/M-Mode.
Limited time offer, credit approval, and active voice plan required. Geographic limitations, device compatibility, and other monthly charges and restrictions apply. Credit for M-Mode monthly charge applied within 60 days to active service.
Because these days, saving money isn't optional. Because convenience is a way of life. Because your busy mornings deserve a break. Because breakfast shouldn't break the bank. People come to McDonald's for billions of reasons, like exciting new tastes at affordable prices. Just try our new $1 sausage breakfast burrito. Spicy sausage, scrambled eggs, tomatoes, onions, green chilies, and cheese wrapped in a warm flour tortilla. Just $1 every morning. And even more eye-opening with a steaming cup of coffee and crisp hash browns for a little bit more. The new $1 sausage breakfast burrito, only at McDonald's. Smile.
During breakfast hours only. Price and participation may vary.
And here's another reason. Filet-O-Fish Extra Value Meals. Just $2.99 every Friday. A tender, flaky Filet-O-Fish sandwich, 21-ounce soft drink, and America's favorite fries. Only $2.99 every Friday. But hurry in. It's only for a limited time.
Kearney Mesa Ford's doing it again with your choice of towering savings. That's right, your choice. Every Explorer 4-door in stock, 4x2 or 4x4, doesn't matter. Get 7,000 net savings every one. 7,000 net savings. Or how about F-150 Super Cabs? 7,000 net savings. And not just on one or two, my friend. We're talking every one. 7,000 net savings with Kearney Mesa Ford's huge inventory. You're choosing from over 800 available new and Ford certified pre-owned trucks, SUVs, cars, and vans. Take advantage of 0% APR financing on approved credit on just about every new Ford available. Not low rates. We're talking no rates at 0%. And if we make a deal, we'll pay off your trade no matter what you owe. Just look for the tower between the 805 and 163 freeways at 7303 Claremont Mesa Boulevard. Just minutes from anywhere, it's Kearney Mesa Ford.
Kearney Mesa Ford, your tower of savings.
Savings include 4,000 KMF discount from MSRP and factory rebates of 3,000 in Louisville OAPR option. Sale ends Sunday.
Michelle, you said it was supposed to rain sometime between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. And with precision pinpoint timing, here comes the rain.
I bet Aloha's got some sort of a line on it. She predicted it.
Must be Thursday. All right, round 2 of Reverse Stump the Jokes are off to a unquestionably shaky start here today.
Not like you guys.
But it's hard.
Yeah.
I mean, Reverse Stump the Jokes are where you give us the punchline and we have to give you the setup. That's not what we're all about, but we're always up for the challenge. So next year's Quiet Talking James and Reverse Stump the Jokes are. James, what's up, buddy?
Good morning. How are you?
Shouldn't he be yelling this if this is the reverse?
Let's hear it, bud.
It's going to be extra quiet because I'm at work here. First of all,
what do you do for a living?
Computer programmer.
Sexy.
Nebulous.
Really boring.
Nebulous. Go ahead, bud.
Point of order, do I hang up in shame like the regular one?
If we get it correct, you do hang up and shame.
Okay. The punchline is, okay, assholes, coffee breaks over, back on your heads.
Ah.
Excellent.
This is
One
the
of
old
my favorites.
The old tour of hell, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
The new recruits are in. Satan's giving a look around, says, well, you got your choice of one of 3 rooms. Takes them into the first room, and everyone's standing around up to their necks in crap. Crap. And the recruit says, gee, Satan, I think I'd like to take a look at the other 2 rooms, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So Satan takes them to room number 2. This time, these people are over their heads in crap. Crap. Takes them to the 3rd room. They're only waist deep in crap. And the guy's like, well, look, if I got to be in a room in crap, I guess I'll take the waist deep room. Satan says, sure enough, no problem. In you go. Move on. I got other recruits to deal with. He's not in there for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
When the commander of the room says, okay, assholes, coffee breaks over, back on your heads.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Done, James.
Nicely done.
Hey, can I do just one little aside?
Sure.
Did you hear any of us hear about a woman who crashed her car into a septic tank and had to swim out?
Yes.
Oh, God. I want to hear more about it when we're finished with this.
She was driving down 163.
Yeah.
And they were digging a great big gigantic hole.
Right.
And this was during the big storm that we had a couple days ago. Mm-hmm. And it had filled up with about 15, 20 feet of water and crap. And she lost control of her car, overcorrected, and the car was completely submerged. When the cameras got to the crap hole, all you could see was the crap. No car was even visible.
Oh, my God.
And she had to swim out. Nice.
Good shower.
Steve, you're next here on Reverse Stump the Jokes Are.
Okay, let's see if you get this one. Mud flaps.
Mud flaps. What do you call hemorrhoids in Hillcrest?
Close.
It's close.
That's not how I heard it.
It's close. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's not how I heard it.
This is going to be.
Yeah, this is going to hurt.
This is going to hurt. Go ahead.
Mud flaps. What do you call a gay guy's nuts?
I like mine better.
Yeah. Better, Dave.
Count of the Quarter Kooks. Would you like a classic?
I'll try it.
It's a classic.
A joke that really jokes?
That really jokes?
Yes. Go ahead, Mark. You're on Reverse Stump the Jokes Are.
Dave, I'm a dumb son of a bitch. I can't
knew it.
remember the damn joke on this one.
Well, just give us the punchline. We'll set you up with a joke.
Wrecked him, damn near killed him.
Oh, that's the one with little Johnny
Right.
in school. And the teacher was talking about, people who had been in the war. And little Johnny says, my brother had been in the war. Johnny, would you like to tell the story? Yeah, he got shot right in the asshole. And the teacher says, Johnny, say wrecked him. It's wrecked him, damn near killed him.
I love the animation that he brings.
He's a cartoon character.
Yeah. Mars, you're next here on KGB. Let's hear it.
Hey, Dave.
What's going on?
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
How'd you get the name Mars?
Hey, it's a cool name, isn't it?
It is very cool.
Yeah, but all the cool people are named Dave.
That is actually true.
Dave's my middle name.
Is Mars your real name?
No, it's not.
Okay, what's your
Nickname
real
that
name?
I grew up with.
What's your real name?
It's actually Marlene.
Okay, cool. I like Mars.
Yeah, me too.
Like it. Let's hear it.
Okay, let me think. Oh, usually a Coke and a Snickers.
Ah! Well, this takes place at Father Pat McGroin's confessional, doesn't it, Mars?
It does.
Father Pat McGroin has been he's been holding one off for a long time, and he was in desperate need of getting to the facilities. So he asked the guy who was just walking by, "Hey, sit in here and man confession for me for 10 minutes so I can go squeeze one off." And the guy's like, "What are you talking about? I've never done this before." It's no big deal. Just listen to the people come by and tell their confessions. It's nothing, I'm telling you. It's nothing. Probably no one will even shut up. So the guy goes into the confessional. He's sitting there. Sure enough, he hears the door open. It closes. And the dirty confessor says, "Forgive me, Father. I have sinned. I'm a married woman, but today at work, I had a sexual affair with one of my coworkers. I gave him a..."
Oh.
The faux father doesn't know what to do about this. Just then he sees little Corky, the altar boy, walking by. So he thinks, Corky will know what to say.
Sure.
Corky's been around. He knows what the confession rules and duties are. So he says, "Corky.
Corky.
Corky, you're just a sweet little angel."
It's a sweet little angel, Corky.
And he says to Corky, "What do you get for a ha-ha-ha-ha-ha?" And Corky says, "Well, it's different from place to place, but usually a Coke and a Snickers."
Sort of has a delayed reaction to it as well.
Bart,
we're 5-2-1.
Ooh.
Now we're about to be 5-3-1 here. Let's hear it, Bart.
Okay, which number 10 that gives Waha Waha.
Okay, I give up.
It's a number 10. The difference between...
Okay, work on it, okay, Bart?
Forfeit.
Wow.
We win
Rain
that
delay.
one. So
Rain
we're
delay.
6-2-1.
Now let's go with, is it Lewis or Louie?
Louie.
Louie, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, Dave.
Good morning.
All right, you ready?
Punchline, give it to me.
Boobies.
What kind of bees give milk?
Oh.
Boobies.
Love it.
Let's go with Jason next year on the KGB. Hello, Jason.
Yeah.
What's up, buddy?
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. All right. The punchline is that's about as far as I got too.
Ooh. Is this the Chili Bowl incident?
Yes, it is.
Oh. You're gonna love this one, Chainsaw. Uh-oh. You want to tell it? Count?
No, I really don't, because I feel it's a fine line that I can't tiptoe on.
The couple of fellers are sitting in the cafe. And one guy's just sitting there staring at his chili with a really foul expression on his face. It's just going, come on.
I just remembered it. Oh, crap.
And the one guy says to the other, "Hey, if you're not going to eat that chili, I'll take it off your hands." And the guy's like, "Be my guest." And he pushes it over to him. Guy's like, I got a cast iron stomach. I'm not picky like this poor sap is. I'll eat that chili. And he's wolfing it down.
Yeah.
Wolfing it. Big, gigantic, sloppy spoonfuls.
Oh, no.
Big. And he gets to the bottom of the chili bowl. He's like, "What is that? That looks like a turd."
Uh-oh.
Sure enough, big old turd at the bottom of his chili bowl, and he honks it all up.
Oh, my God.
Right back into the chili
Really?
bowl. And the first guy says to him, "Yeah, that's about as far as I got."
Can I take that on a day when there are dead puppies and dead kitties being sung about as well?
We're going to call it a day on that one right there.
Thank God.
Yeah, that's about as far as I got to. That's right up there with, "Hey, Bob, did you crap your pants?"
I didn't crap my pants.
Bob, I think you crapped your pants.
There is no way I crap my pants, Carl.
All right. Bob, I'm telling you, you crapped your pants.
Carl, I did not crap my pants.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're going to have to take those pants off and prove it to me.
All right, okay, here you go.
Look! See? I told you, you crapped your pants.
That turd was in here when I found these pants.
You are just killing me. Good God. You're all maybe 5 years old.
That is just brilliantly told.
And Dave has done the biggest turnaround from being about 100 this morning, wanting pants up around his nipples.
I still want to do that.
Now he's about 5.
I got to find the right
my
pants.
God.
They have to be extra. They have to be extra waisty, tall pants. Because I don't want the marble bag the chainsaw was talking about.
Oh, no, nobody wants that for you.
Just find out where Chamberlain shops.
Well, he might
he's
have
a
the
high
marble
pants.
bag.
He's a high pants wearer, isn't he?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Can you just enjoy it so much?
It's a great joke.
It's a great joke.
I've never heard that.
Now you have.
Thank you.
Curl up on a rainy day with an Afghan, and a warm cup of coffee, and a crap in your pants joke.
What's the matter, Shell?
That was really good.
That's right up there with the joke that we opened the morning with this morning. Mommy, I don't like tomato soup.
See what I mean? You've been in this
Shut
mood
up
all
and
day
eat it
long.
before it clots. But mommy, I hate tomato soup. Shut up. We only have it once a month.
All right, we heard it once. We don't have to hear it again.
Mommy, what happened to your scabs?
Oh.
Shut up and eat your cornflakes.
Oh. That spoiled the moment.
Oh, yeah, you're right, son. Clever of you to notice that crossed the line. Nothing before it, but that crossed the line.
All right.
Oh.
It's that kind of radio ability that landed this show a national broadcast tomorrow night. 70 radio stations.
Yeah. They must not have heard us.
From WAXQ New York to KLOS Los Angeles. It'll be Dave Shelley and Chainsaw with you live here on the KGB, 7 o'clock, interviewing Aerosmith and Kiss. And you can call in. Talk to Steve, Gene, Paul, Joe, whoever you like. Be part of the show tomorrow night here on the KGB. Let's get a traffic update, and then it's going to be Half-Baked Crackpot News. Here's Mark Sanchez.
Thank you. And as you are nationally syndicated, I'll tell you about Temecula traffic as well. 15 and the 215, absolutely fantastic up in Temecula. Marietta looking real nice. South 15, the only slowing you'll find is down through the end of Poway as you head in toward Mira Mesa. And on the coastline, just some minor traffic through Cardiff by the Sea down toward Solana Beach. This week at Soup Plantation, enjoy Cape Cod spinach salad and tortellini soup. Every night after 4, treat yourself to warm chocolate lava cake. View the daily menus at soupplantation.com. I'm Mark Sanchez with Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw on the 101.5 KGB.
If you've been going from dealership to dealership, maybe you've heard the same old story. Gee, I'm sorry you owe too much in your vehicle or the credit. Sorry, we just can't make it happen. What should they do, Gary?
Tom, you got to come to the Giant Pearson Ford. Right now, it's one of our biggest sales ever.
And I mean, it's incredible. Not one or two, but every one in stock. You're going to talk about the hot-selling Ford F-Series, the F-150 four-door Super Cab.
We have a phenomenal selection, Tom. Hundreds of trucks in stock. Right now, you can save over $8,000, and you pick it out.
What?
You know it. Everyone with a total before discount of $26,935. That means, Tom, this truck's automatic XLT, deep bucket seats, power windows, locks. It's incredible. Take a $490 factory discount, $26,445 MSRP, $46,445 deep Pearson Ford discount, $21,800 sale price, $3,000 factory cashback, $18,800 your net cost, and you pick it out.
The total before discount is almost $27,000. And what's the price right now?
Just $18,800 lease or buy, and you pick it out.
You better head straight to the Giant.
Pearson Ford, Dillon's 55.
See Pearson Ford, they stand alone at Fairmont and El Cajon.
Hey, Dave, you're on a KGB. What's on your mind, buddy?
Dave Asner.
Uh-oh.
Hard-boiled egg.
The whole egg, not even shelled?
No, it was shelled.
You're on that high-protein diet, aren't you?
What caused it?
I am. I'm driving down the 215, and I just took a bite of that egg when you told that chili joke.
Yeah.
Ah.
Couldn't be worse. You could have laughed a turd through your nose. Nobody wants to see that.
If I didn't have a bottle of water, I'd have choked to death.
It's a great joke, isn't it?
That was great.
Glad you liked it.
You're sick.
Love your show, Dave.
Love your show.
Be sure you get the very latest, up-to-datest music, news, weather, too. This is our advice to you. Stay tuned, where you are.
It's one of the prices you pay for doing this, and it does beat you down, I think, in a way.
Cry on my shoulder.
There's like, not being able to walk down the street or...
Whoops, sorry. Slipped.
Wow, you slipped, but you've made the bullseye.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I've got Tourette's of the hand.
Well, thank God for that hand there.
Yeah.
Hey, this is going to be a roller coaster ride. Good news, some sad news, but all in all, it's going to be a good newscast.
I want good news for our freedom-fighting heroes from Iraq.
I can give you that.
I don't want any bad news from Iraq today.
Yeah, I got to give you a little.
Oh.
Just a little. But it's mostly it's good for us. It really is.
All right.
Here's the great news. The USS Constellation left today. It is headed home, steaming back to home port San Diego. That follows the departure earlier this week of the Kitty Hawk. It's headed home to its home port in Japan. And so now it's only the USS Nimitz battle group on station in the Gulf. There are other aircraft carriers in the eastern Mediterranean, the USS Harry Truman and the USS Theodore Roosevelt. They won't head home yet, but will alternate port visits in the Mediterranean.
Truman's a carrier?
That's what this
I
says.
didn't know that.
I didn't either.
Didn't know Harry had himself a flat top.
But thank God the Connie's coming home. I can't wait for that.
I'll bet.
Yeah. And Ruthie's sick, so more for Mama.
Mm-hmm.
U.S. troops have gathered up millions of American dollars. It was stashed in a blown Baghdad bank vault after thieves were trying to get the loot touched off a riot. One Army colonel says people believe the money is rightfully theirs, but they don't understand it is not first come, first served. In the attempted bank heist, they blew a hole in the vault and then dropped children inside to bring out the cash. An Army patrol arrested a dozen people inside the building, several of them teenagers. So the troops went in and they collected about $4 million, all in $100 bills, sequentially numbered in Federal Reserve wrappers. They stacked them in bricks of they were stacked in bricks of $10,000 each. Well, with the looting, raiding buildings across Iraq, security is a top concern for the Iraqis, and a pilgrimage to Karbala is coming up. Is it Karbala? Karbala?
Kablabla.
Sometimes I get typos, and it's hard to tell with these city names if that's the truth.
They could be making it up.
They probably are. Anyway, the Iraqis do want protection for that pilgrimage. Here's Vincey Brooks, our Brigadier General at Central Command. He says the troops will do everything they can to provide security, but the Iraqis also need to take some responsibility, do some of it themselves.
We want Iraq to be governed by Iraqis. We want the local leadership to develop and take ownership of the actions that are happening inside of towns, villages, and cities throughout the country.
Well, no kidding. Well, no kidding. And it is starting to happen. And things have been really rough there, and things are starting to settle down in certain areas. In two holy cities, Najaf and Karbala, Shiite Muslim clerics are now running self-declared governments. They moved swiftly to fill the void created by Saddam Hussein's ouster, appointing governors, imposing curfews, offering protection, jobs, health care, and giving financial assistance to the needy. But the Shiite clerics distrust the Americans. They question whether Western democratic values are suited for their country, and they seem unwilling to surrender authority to a central government that they don't like. Too bad! There might be a few more problems over there. Hey, we went in saying it's going to take a while to get everything settled down once the initial
Come on. How long has this thing been start to finish?
3 weeks, what? A month?
Well, that's just getting into Baghdad.
Right.
But,
I know. Shiites make up 60% of Iraq's 24 million people. They have complained of religious persecution under Saddam Hussein, so you'd think coming in, that was a good thing. Since his downfall, though, they are practicing their rituals in public for the first time in years. The second largest city in northern Iraq is the scene of some ethnic tensions. Arab families say they've been forced out of their homes by the Kurds, and they're claiming ownership in this largely Kurdish city. The Kurds claim the land was theirs before Saddam Hussein evicted them. There's a lot of begatting going on over there that we're going to have to trace back. U.S. Special Forces have captured the 5 of clubs in the most wanted deck. We've talked about the playing cards that have been handed out.
Who's the ace of spades? Do we know?
I think that must be Saddam, isn't it?
Do they list it that way? Like, your big cards? Big card, ace of spades. 5 of clubs,
Half brother.
kind of crappy.
Yeah, and that's it. I think that's how it's worked.
Okay.
I really do. I think the face cards are the big guys, and the ace of spades. Well, duh.
Yeah, the ace of spades would be your big card. If you got like the 3 of clubs, you're probably just like a 7-Eleven owner over there. And
Sure, you can run around anywhere. Don't worry
pulling
about
Slurpees
it.
for a living.
Exactly. Well, they did grab the. It turns out the 5 of clubs is the half brother of Saddam, considered a major catch.
Good.
Barzan Ibrahim Hassan, and spells his last name differently. He was an advisor, though, to Hussein, and he's said to have extensive knowledge of the regime's workings. They are questioning him right now to find out more about what he might know.
Shelley, here's special news correspondent Don with this late-breaking bulletin. Yes, Don, come in.
Yeah, hey. How you doing, Dave?
Good, how are you?
Son of a bitch. I'm good. Hey, I missed out on that whole celebrity annoying Final Four, and I wanted to know who it was that matched up with Syracuse as the #1 annoying celebrity in the tournament.
Well, out of Boyer's bracket, the 3 seed, Sean Penn.
Yes. Oh, very good.
Came all the way and upset J-Lo in the final.
Well, with the war in Iraq and everything, maybe that was a blessing in disguise.
Sean Penn is your #1 champion of the National Celebrity Annoying Association, beating out such heavyweights as France, PETA,
Saddam Hussein.
Jennifer Lopez, Bill Clinton, Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden, all the Susan Sarandon,
Dr. Phil.
Oh, all these people.
Everybody.
They all got smacked by
Cool.
Sean Penn.
Very well. Thanks, Dave.
See you, Don.
See ya.
Okay.
Well, have you seen the front page of...
By the way, speaking of annoying celebrities, remember Janine Garofalo said that if the United States Marines were greeted as liberators, that she would crawl on her hands and knees across broken glass to apologize to George Bush.
I don't remember
Where'd
that.
she say that?
I can't wait. Let me break the first bottle.
It was like right before they invaded Iraq.
Wow.
And still waiting for that crawling hands and knees broken glass apology.
Well, she's waiting until Alec Baldwin sells his house.
Yeah, and leaves
And
leaves the country and all
right.
that other stuff. But I don't know why these people say stupid things like that. I'd like to see it
A
happen.
lot of people say stupid things, and we don't know
Evidently,
why.
she hasn't seen that picture of the Iraqi gentleman kissing that Marine on the cheek.
Yeah, on the cover of magazines this week. Yeah.
Have you seen on the cover of the LA Times and I think the UT today?
I think it's on the cover of Newsweek this week. A special report of Newsweek has
kissing.
a civilian, an Iraqi civilian, kissing a soldier.
With his hand draped around the back of the soldier's neck. I mean, and Janine will probably say, he's gay. All right, that doesn't count.
Had a crush on him for a long time. Well, Tommy Franks has
I hope
scrolled-
someone remembers that on the next talk show that she's on and brings that up to her. Is that going to happen?
Hold up the picture.
I didn't mean that. Hey, I saw some Iraqis who weren't happy to see him there. Okay, Janine.
It's got to be 100% unanimous for me to walk on the grass.
Kind of like when Charles Barkley said he would kiss someone's ass and they had to bring in a donkey.
Kenny Smith's ass if so-and-so won. Yao Ming scored more than whatever points.
Hey, you know what? If that broad is going to be doing a show, she is a potential guest, and we can hardball her. Janine Garofalo. She's got to go on the tour circuit.
She's not coming on our show. Yeah. She's not coming on our. I'm not giving her any publicity.
Well, the only reason you would have her on is so you could.
No, I'm so frustrated about her. I like her so much. Her act, her shtick. I like it so much, but she's ruined it for me with all this blather. It's very frustrating.
Sad.
If you're an actor or an actress, just shut up until somebody hands you a script.
Or
okay?
a DJ.
There you go.
Okay.
That's the key.
All right, what else, Shel?
So anyway, Tommy Franks on the front page of most papers today, strolling through the palaces of Baghdad. He called it the Oil for Palaces program when he went inside the palace that Saddam Hussein once occupied. Close up, took the time out to light up a big cigar and smoke it in that palace. And the military doctors, meanwhile, are reporting on the 7 rescued U.S. prisoners of war. They are in good health despite their captivity in Iraq and that long journey from Kuwait to the hospital in Germany. The POWs were examined today after, as you can imagine, a much-needed night of sleep. Meanwhile, the chief UN weapons inspector reportedly wants to go back to Iraq. Hans Blix thinks that would increase the credibility of any discoveries. He also challenged the Bush administration to present proof of its allegation that Syria has chemical weapons. He said whoever makes such claims should provide proof quickly.
Why are we even talking about Hans Blix or any of these UN characters anymore? Get rid of that building.
Do you not want the UN to help in this restructuring stuff?
They can't help. They can't.
They have
do
no
anything.
credibility anymore.
They,
Well, with us, I mean, there are other countries that are still in line with them, and we are too. As a matter of fact, we haven't divorced them, have we?
We should.
Get them out.
Yeah, I know that's what you think. But
Useless organization.
They don't follow their own rules.
Right, exactly. They don't have the sack to follow their own rules.
I wonder if that'll happen. Time
And
will
the,
tell.
and the
Why-
French,
why bother?
And the Germans, shut up, get the hell out. I can't yell at my radio loud enough when some frog is on there talking about how they want to help rebuild.
I can't. I really. It's beyond me how poorly that organization is set up. I mean, just the basic structuring of that thing. Everybody can be in favor of something, but one of the original member countries doesn't like it, and so one can outvote everybody else. That's very poorly set up. It's not very democratic either.
I wonder why we agreed to it then.
I don't understand that. It's
Yeah.
very odd.
Well, anyway, Mr. Blix says he doubts that Syrians would have been enthusiastic to serve as a depot of weapons of mass destruction for Baghdad. The weapons inspectors left Iraq days before the war started, and explaining their decision to invade, the U.S. and Britain charged Saddam Hussein's regime with weapons of mass destruction, as you recall.
Here is special news correspondent and future commander XO of the Germantown, Commander Butch, on the KGB. What's up, Butch?
This is quiet talking, Butch.
Quiet talking, why is that?
What do do you know about the UN?
Hey, let me tell you something about this deck of cards.
Yeah, have you got one?
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's actually up on the Department of Defense's website. You can go there. It's open to the public.
What's it called?
www.defenselink.mil.
Bang.mil.
Mill standing.
Should there be a kapowie.mil?
Bluey.
Yeah, and if you go in the archive, in the news section, go under the archives of April 2003, they list the entire deck, and they show, it's pretty funny actually, they show a card, and in the middle, instead of like
One-Eyed Jack
the five
or
of clubs,
yeah.
there's his. It gives a picture of him, his name, and what his job was.
Yeah.
Which I think is so cool because that means the guys can actually play with the cards. I mean, they're numbered. They're,
aren't there 55 cards in the deck?
52.
52.
I thought there were 55 in this one.
Let me check here real
I
quick.
thought in this one they had 55.
You had two jokers and a
Blank of some kind, yeah.
Yeah, 55.
Yeah, 55. There's too many bad guys.
Quite the hierarchy, though. Some Shiite with dirt clods is the two of clubs. Good one, Boyer.
Hey, I was reminded of something interesting today. George #1, when he was president 10 years or so ago, never called him Saddam Hussein, always called him Saddam.
Yeah. Saddam.
Do you remember that, Commander?
Saddam.
You bet.
Saddam. And the reason for that, I always thought, is because, he's a Texas guy, it's the way he talks. Saddam is literally translated into Arabic as little boy who cleans up camel dung. And that was done on purpose.
That had to piss him off.
Yeah.
And he wanted to.
Yeah.
Well, here, can I go back to the cards for a minute?
Sure.
What do they name the 3 extra cards?
Well, let me scroll down here. There's the clubs, and there's the diamonds.
I mean, you have all your suits,
Yep.
Probably a couple of jokers.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'll get there in about a second as soon as I can get to the stupid bottom of the page. It's 8 miles long. Yep, 2 jokers.
That's
2 jokers.
54.
And what about the next one?
Ah, there's one. What's that one, Boyer?
Ace of spades.
Go up a little bit.
Man himself.
The man himself.
Is that the instruction? No.
Hey, Butch, you think he's dead?
I don't know. I really don't. And we're all kind of scratching our head. You just don't know. I mean, boy, when there was conflicting reports. When he walked into that one building and then we dropped 8,000 pounds of solid lead on his head, that's pretty interesting. And it's going to take a while before we find out. But you never know. You just don't know. I mean, guys, we've been finding all these palaces and buildings that have underground tunnels for miles. So
He was pretty interested in showing himself on TV in the first few days of the war.
yeah, well, my favorite was his, who was that? His information minister going, there are no Americans in Baghdad. Yeah,
We will. Their
that F-18 flying by your head right there.
their stomachs will roast in hell. They have the most quaint little sayings over there.
It's very
Stomachs
funny.
will roast in hell.
I know.
That guy is hilarious.
Leave their burial place.
Well, and how pathetic when he's saying there are no bombs dropping here, and the camera's shaking because there are bombs dropping everywhere.
That guy was awesome.
That was pretty pathetic.
He's hilarious.
Yeah.
Even the Iraqi people themselves are saying, he's the only funny thing we've got going during this war. Thank God for him. He's the only entertainment we've got.
He's their favorite comedian.
Whether he's dead or alive, I guess doesn't really matter. We just wanted him gone.
Mm-hmm.
And that meant that if he had said, okay, I quit, and found a country that would take him, we would have been satisfied with that.
Well, it's amazing that the entire region over there, they believe what they see. So when they see clips of him or they see the information minutes, all these countries, I've been to almost all the countries there in the Gulf, and they just believe what they see on TV. So it was like when they saw the big statue coming down, all of a sudden they're like, what is that? What is going on?
What's happening here?
What are those Americans doing there? Where is the Iraqi army?
Yeah.
Where is the mighty Iraqi army? It's like, yeah, they're waving little white flags. That's where they're at, buddy.
Well, let's remember our history. It was many, many, many months after the victory in Europe during World War II. And Chainsaw and I remember this because we were Seabees in Europe.
Under Napoleon.
Right.
Colonel Napoleon at the
That's right,
time.
Colonel
Then he became
Napoleon.
a general
Working his way up.
Korean conflict.
It was many months before anyone had any idea what had happened to Hitler.
Right.
He was gone. No one could find him. People thought he was in a U-boat on his way to South America.
Mm-hmm.
People thought all kinds of things. Right. What eventually happened, Shell?
They found him, that he had, taken a cyanide pill?
I don't know. I was reading yesterday in Newsweek. We're just assuming that he had killed himself because no one ever really found him.
That's right.
We just assume what happened to Hitler.
And maybe Butch can tell us, didn't the bomb we dropped on that building that we had tracked him to create a 30-foot crater? I mean, they're very precision.
Yeah.
But
can't confirm or deny that, ma'am.
Yeah, I can't answer that question. Well, what I've read in some accounts is that it's a 30-foot crater, and when you think about the scope of time that it took us to get even through the World Trade Center, that's a lot of rubble to go through just to find DNA samples.
Right.
And also going back to the World Trade Center, and some of those people were never identified because they were
obliteration.
polarized. Exactly.
Yep. Dust. Thank you, Commander.
Have a great Navy Day.
It's a great day to be a freedom fighter.
That's right.
Thank you, sir.
Outstanding.
All right, Shell, can we take a quick time out?
Sure, we probably should.
Who's going to speak on in the news today? Madonna's going to talk.
Yes, Madonna is talking, and
Eugene Levy is going to
about
speak.
his new movie,
which looks very funny.
It does look pretty funny.
Yeah. All right. That and more is coming up here on the KGB. Let's get one more traffic update. Here's Mark Sanchez sitting in for the ailing Route 66 today.
Thank you. Southbound on the 5, you still have a little slowing here to deal with. Right around your Santa Fe Drive, down past Loma Santa Fe Drive. Once you get toward Del Mar, you're looking pretty good. I got some rain down in Mission Bay. That's why it's so slow here if you're traveling southbound and northbound right around your Mission Bay area. And let me double check here. You got some slowing heading up towards San Diego State. And let's see. We got, thank you, Chainsaw, for the assist. Northbound 805 still has a little bit of slowing from Plaza Boulevard up past the 94 freeway. I'm Mark Sanchez with Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw on the 101.5 KGB.
Mountain 5-star team, our homes are small, we sell them all. Buying or selling, hey, give us a call. 858-4567, that's 858-456-SELL.
A division of Remax Associates.
101.5 KGB and the Fun Bike Center bring NASCAR to Cajon Speedway Friday, April 25th. It's the KGB Race of Champions, and it's gonna be huge.
Marlin for the lead. NASCAR Winston Cup drivers Sterling Marlin, Kenny Wallace, Ken Schrader, and Jimmy Spencer.
Then they'll tear up the track and race each other on the fastest paved 3/8 mile in the West. Plus, promo battles Boyer for sidekick superiority in the celebrity race.
Get your tickets now before they sell out at all San Diego Evans Tires locations.
$20 in advance, 25-day of the race. The KGB Race of Champions. Nowhere else in San Diego can you see NASCAR drivers actually racing each other. What a concept. From the Fun Bike Center and San Diego's world-class rock. 101.5 KGB.
Rebecca, sorry to bother you on the road.
No problem, Carl. I'm at the airport waiting for a flight.
Listen, I've got an important personnel decision I wanted to talk to you about.
Good is having the time for coworkers and friends.
My time is your time. What's up?
Better is getting free incoming calls from Nextel for $59.99 per month. So all the time you spend on those calls doesn't eat up your valuable cell minutes. You'll also receive unlimited night and weekend minutes, free nationwide long distance, and 400 outgoing anytime minutes. Plus, you get unlimited walkie-talkie minutes so you can communicate instantly.
Yeah, thanks. I knew it would help to talk with you.
Oh, Carl, call anytime. I mean it.
To get free incoming calls, shop at Nextel.com or call 1-800-NEXTEL-9 for details. Find out how you can get $150 off select Nextel Internet-ready digital phones. Don't miss out. Shop at Nextel.com or call 1-800-NEXTEL-9. Offers end April 30th, 2003. One-year agreement, account setup fee, taxes, charges, and other restrictions may apply. Phones by Motorola.
Brenda, hi. Hi, Nancy. This is a little awkward.
Did I hear something about $50,000 up for grabs today when the cash clock winds down?
Yeah, baby.
$50,000. Diane Ray. Coming up shortly here on the KGB. What else is in the news today, Shel?
Well, in Sacramento, they've identified 3 cases of SARS. The victims had recently returned from Asia or had close contact with somebody who had returned from Asia. And another suspected SARS case turned up in Riverside County. There are now 43 suspected or confirmed cases of this disease statewide. It's a pneumonia-like illness. It's killed at least 162 people worldwide out of more than 3,000 that are infected. No U.S. SARS patients have died. Officials say they're 99% sure that this is caused by a strain of the coronavirus, the same that can cause the common cold. The family of Lacey Peterson anxiously awaits the results of the forensic testing being performed on the remains of a body and a fetus discovered from the Bay Area. The woman, Lacey Peterson, disappeared last Christmas Eve after her husband, Scott, went on a fishing trip to the same area where the bodies washed up. Desiree DeRamus is a neighbor. She's been lighting candles at the empty Peterson house in Modesto. She says she thinks the remains are that of Lacey and her baby.
The baby was so close to where they found her umbilical cord. I mean, it all just fits. I mean, I pray that it's not, but everything's totally going towards it.
Well, who else would it be?
I know,
Come on.
I know.
In the area where he was allegedly fishing. And
Yeah,
but how many expectant mothers are missing?
Exactly.
One.
Well, actually, when I first saw this report earlier in the week, there was an officer quoted as saying, "We've looked up any missing pregnant women." There were.
Yeah, so who else is
one.
it going to be? Come on.
Exactly. And the Peterson home is empty, and I guess Scott supposedly is down here with his parents, although no one's seen him for a couple of days. And so people are visiting daily to put up a shrine, candles, that kind of thing. Now, one of the visitors who went to the Peterson home in Modesto was Ellen Bobian, who says she thinks the remains found in the bay are indeed Lacey and her baby.
Too coincidental that it's in the same area as he went fishing. They found cement residue, I was told, in the boat. There's anchors and different things that he was not able to account for. He was supposed to have 5 anchors and 2 aren't accounted for.
Now back to the first neighbor who commented. She says she thinks the remains are Lacey and her baby. She also thinks that Scott is the murderer, and she links her conclusion to a life insurance policy he is said to have taken out on Lacey.
When a husband goes and insures a wife who is a homemaker, doesn't work, and he doesn't insure himself when she needs the insurance on him, I would have, if I would have been their insurance agent, I would have been very suspicious.
I don't, I don't
No.
agree with that at all. Not at all.
If she dies, he's got to bring a nanny in
Right.
or somebody
Exactly.
to do that.
Take care of the
work.
kids and
Yeah.
all that.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with
But
it.
usually couples, I mean, as a rule, when you're expecting a child, don't you take out life insurance on both of you?
I find it unusual that he didn't have any for him.
Right.
But I don't think there's anything unusual about taking out an insurance policy for someone who's a homemaker. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That's a job. You're all, there's a man, it's the hardest job there is. Well, fine. Then let's get an insurance policy in case you croak.
Especially
to
when they're-
hire someone.
And I have insurance for me way more than, but I do have some for my wife too, less than mine.
Right.
But if something were to occur, we still have kids to raise. Who knows what kind of state I'll be in? What happens? The whole bit.
Let's face
Yeah,
it.
I think the damning part there is that he didn't get any on himself.
That's a little
Right.
bit odd.
If you kick chainsaw, your wife's pretty hot. She can remarry. But I mean, if something happens to her,
Yeah, I have a mirror. I know what's
Sweet
going
of you.
on.
That's so nice and loving.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay. There's a lot of love here. This is so scary to me, and it's happening right in our backyard. Detectives are now investigating the kidnapping and molestation of two 12-year-old girls. This happened in Paradise Hills. The girls were forced into a van in the 3000 block of Altaview Drive and molested before they were let go. They were taken to Children's Hospital and Health Center. They were treated and released. Yesterday evening was the time this attack happened, the second on children in the county in 5 days, although police don't believe the two incidents are connected. Remember, I told you that on Saturday, a 13-year-old girl thwarted a kidnapping attempt up in Oceanside.
I love that word, thwart.
Thwarted.
Yep. Good word.
Fun word
It's
to
like
say.
brandishing. I like that word, too.
All right. Here's a little more bad news.
What?
I'm sorry. We have to tell you about this. And then we're going to get to fun stuff.
All right.
Best-selling diet doctor Robert Adkins has died in New York, a result of a head injury he suffered in a fall. He was 72. His family, his wife, and close friends were there when he died. He had suffered a severe head injury after he fell on an icy sidewalk while walking to work.
Ouch.
Adkins promoted a low-carb, high-protein diet. Nutritionalists had rejected it for years. Recently, it was validated in some of the research. And an actress who appeared on such TV series as Perry Mason and Star Trek has died in Beverly Hills. Brown McGavin, breast cancer survivor, died April 8th of natural causes. She was 63. Born in San Luis Obispo, she started acting at 6. Later moved to Hollywood, studied at Los Angeles City College, and acted in small theaters. She was on Gunsmoke and Bonanza, and film credits include The Brass Bottle and Brainstorm. And she is survived by her husband, actor Darren McGavin.
How do you spell that last name?
MC, capital Gavin.
Okay.
I know, I want to see her too.
I want to see who this is in case I recognize.
And then there's trouble in Santa Monica. Jurors resumed deliberations today. It's the case of a 4-year-old boy who drowned during a pool party at rock drummer Tommy Lee's home. The boy's parents suing Lee for wrongful death. They accuse the former Motley Crue drummer of negligence. They say he should have had a lifeguard or somebody trained in CPR present during this birthday party for Lee's son Brandon. During closing arguments, their attorney requested $10 million. Lee testified that he required every child who attended to have an adult there to supervise them. Okay, now we can get into the fun stuff.
Fun news? Good.
Fun stuff. Fun, especially for the 4 main cast members of Will and Grace. They're going to be around, number one, for another 2 years, and they're going to sign a contract extension that keeps them on through the year 2005.
It's a good show still.
Gives them a nice pay hike.
They get a little special sometimes, but otherwise it's pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't like it when we're going to have a baby. Stop it. And I like it that Harry Connick Jr. married her, and now he's just kind of gone. He'll come back here and there, but he just kind of disappeared.
I don't know why they did that. That show was way too young for her to get married, and
kidding.
for her and Will to be like, in an
know.
unfixable fight. It's like, come on.
But to me, as long as they keep Karen and Jack, everything going to be fine.
Well, you know what Friends is going to do tonight? I don't know if I should tell you. I'm going to ruin it for you.
No, it's already on the promos.
Okay, there's like a shocking episode of Friends tonight.
Where Joey and...
It's a dream.
Oh.
They're pulling Dallas on us. It's going to be a dream.
Well, thank you for telling me, and I say that sincerely because now there's no way I'm going to
Move
watch
along,
that tripe.
yeah.
I'd be so pissed off because the promos have it that Rachel grabs, Joey by the back of the neck and makes out with him.
It says, don't think, just kiss. Yeah.
Dream.
Well, anyway, McCormick and Messing will see their current $250,000 per episode salary go up to $275,000, retroactive to this season. And then when they get into the 04-05 season, it jumps to $400,000 an episode.
That's still chump change compared to Kelsey Grammer, who's getting, what, $8 billion an episode?
For that turd. I mean, that died. I'm sorry. I loved that show, but it died.
It was great.
It died about 5 years ago.
Are they still making new ones?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
He's the highest paid actor on TV. They killed that show about 5 years ago when they tried to do all kinds of bad things. Kelsey gets fired, gets depressed. Oh, that's fun. That's
and then
happy.
Niles and Daphne get married.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have done that.
It started when Niles got divorced from
Maris.
Maris. Because it was hilarious with the invisible wife that he was henpecked by. That was funny.
And when they would, oh, look, I think I see a coat rack with a hat on. Oh, no, that's Maris.
Yeah.
It was just hysterical.
It was hilarious.
When he got the miniature greyhound dog that reminded everyone of Maris. It was just hysterical. It was just fabulous.
Then they go through all the family pain. It's like, you've completely forgotten that people tune into this to be a diversion from their own pain.
Right. Exactly. Unless you're watching soap operas, you don't want to see that on a sitcom.
Yeah.
Because their pain is worse. That's what makes you feel better.
Where's the calm part? I got the sit part. Where's the calm?
Yeah.
That's what we want. Well, the diabolical Olsen twins begin their quest for world domination, and they have announced the highest profile target yet, the ABC Family Channel. Mary-Kate and Ashley, who are 16 years old now, by the way, and very
2 years
pretty.
to go.
I know. They have signed a deal to executive produce a TV movie that will serve as a backdoor pilot to a series on ABC Family Channel. They'll also host and executive produce a series of 4-hour-long fashion specials. They're also in talks with another unspecified Disney-owned cable channel, under which they will executive produce a series of original movies aimed at older females who will deal with adult issues.
Yeah. The executives at the Spice Channel got 2 years to go.
I know. And then they'll be naked all over the place. Marlon Brando and his former lover. Don't even think about it. It'll make your head hurt.
Wally Cox.
No, she was also his maid.
Yeah.
But she wanted a little cashola when he dumped her. They settled for $100 million. Neither side revealing any details of the he's giving her $100 million.
So, what I read was the suit was $100 million, and they settled without disclosing what the terms were.
You are correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. Maria Cristina Ruiz says it was a friendly resolution.
I'll bet.
And I read into that, I got a lot of dough, and I'm pretty happy. She is the mother of 3 of his 9 children.
If she only gets 1/100th
I know.
of that settlement.
Well, you go in high, you walk away low. No, that's all right. Anyway, so thank goodness that's settled. More J-Lo. Her shower shot. Have you seen that thing in all the magazines promoting her perfume?
Yes.
Next, she will be in magazines and on billboards for Louis Vuitton. Vuitton says designer Marc Jacobs had been looking for a contemporary icon to represent the company, somebody sophisticated, influential, and hoe-like. I mean, sexy. No word on how much she's getting paid. And if CBS doesn't drop plans for the Real Beverly Hillbillies reality show...
I'm excited about that reality show.
Well, you're not an Appalachian coal miner then, are you? The president of the United Mine Workers says his members will show up at the May 21st shareholders meeting of CBS parent Viacom. Cecil Roberts says the show's plan to take poor rural families and place them on a Hollywood mansion and ridicule them on national television is disgusting. In fact, he looked it up and called it repugnant.
Yeah, that's really terrible to take a poor family and let them live rich. Gee whiz.
Maybe.
What a lousy country we live in.
Bit of a chip on your shoulder.
You know what? You want to give me all the millionaire stuff, all the Rodeo Drive stuff, and the trade-in is you got to make fun of me?
Go ahead.
Where do I sign?
Mm-hmm. Well, take a tip from the Osbournes. Do they think that we're taking them? No, it's entertainment.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
But that's the payback? People get to make fun of you?
Right.
It's not like a kick in the nuts.
I know.
Big deal.
Yeah, you got to get your head a little straight on it.
How much of a puss are you if you can't take that? I always think of back Eastern Southerners as being tough old boys.
You would think. Grizzled and gritty.
You made fun of me. Made fun of me and my tooth. That's too bad, Cletus.
Cecil. It's only a few days until her new album is released in stores, so Madonna set the record straight last night on VH1's special Madonna Speaks. It was a half-hour show. Guess she didn't have that much to say. But she talked about all the controversy over a video for the single American Life, and it depicted some violent images. She pulled the original version 4 days before it was scheduled to premiere out of respect for the U.S. Armed Forces, but said the whole situation was made worse by critics of the video who actually never saw the video.
At that point, no one had seen it at all, and it just took on a life of its own. So suddenly I was making this video that was horrible and full of horrible things, and it was terribly irresponsible. Meanwhile, nobody saw it, and nobody knew what they were talking about.
If it was so not terrible, then how come you yanked it, honey?
Yeah, well,
you know it sucked. You know it was bad. You know it was.
Because, Dave, the album
Sell
is
it somewhere
called
else.
American Dreams, and it hits stores April 22nd, and she would like to sell a few copies.
Not buying any, honey.
Basically, American Life is. I start the record off with that song, and it's the first single that I'm releasing because I feel like in one fell swoop it describes my state of mind when I was writing the record.
A lot of the albums that I've done.
The only thing that's really going to make you happy is the state of your soul, the way that you treat people, the love that you have in your heart.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, shut up.
So she says she decided to do the edited version out of respect for the troops because of the violence in the original, but she added she did not do it out of a sense of duty or loyalty to the Bush administration.
Anybody who has anything to say against the war or against, the president or whatever is punished, and that's not democracy. So pretty.
That's not democracy.
This story from Malibu, Martin Sheen, he's still paying the price for the message he gave to Saddam Hussein.
What message was that?
I guess he told him to hang on, you're not alone. I did not hear about that.
Hang in there, buddy. He told him to hang on.
What?
I didn't hear that anywhere.
What a dork.
And this is not a source I'm used to using, but okay. This week in Malibu, Sheen and his wife, Janet, were supposed to meet Rob Lowe and his wife for dinner. Well, Sheen was over an hour late, and Rob was a little bit worried. Finally, he's getting ready to call when he sees them getting out of a cab. Martin Sheen, extremely agitated when he sat down. He said, quote, "We stopped at a drugstore for 5 minutes, and somebody slashed all 4 of my tires."
Yeah.
And there was a note on the windshield calling me a traitor and suggesting I move to Iraq. It was signed by somebody calling himself the Malibu Patriot. And you know how tough the Malibu Patriots can be.
No matter how much you're annoyed by movie star crackpots, violence and vandalism is not the answer.
Hello.
Unless it's Martin Sheen. And I applaud that vandal.
I think that is despicable. So Martin apologized for being late, but explained that he had to get a tow truck and then wait for a taxi cab. Actually, 2, because the first cab driver saw it was Martin Sheen, gave him the finger, and drove away.
He said that meant a
still not
whetstone
right.
for his ice pick.
If you saw Spinal Tap on their 2001 tour, you'll recognize the Folksmen, the mock folk troupe that stars in A Mighty Wind.
Yeah.
They opened for Spinal Tap on their tour 2 years ago. The same guys in both groups, Christopher Guest, Harry Shearer, and Martin McKeon. Michael. Some fans got the joke, others didn't, and they booed them off the stage.
Excellent. They should have saved
it's funny. It's hilarious. We were watching it yesterday, and they do a song about the freedom wind, it's blowing, the freedom wind is blowing, and it's blowing you and me.
And Harry Shearer has that fake
bald skull cap.
Paul Stookie, Peter, Paul, and Mary skull cap thing.
It's hilarious.
And he's wearing Birkenstocks with socks.
And he's got like an Amish beard.
Yeah.
The Abe Lincoln beard with no mustache.
Oh, that's so awful.
And the beard
Christopher
slinky.
Guest's mandolin solo is just stunning.
It looks hilarious.
Yeah, it really looks good. They have a great website for this thing. And I guess it's mightywind.com. I went there from IMDb. It's interactive. They have songs and fake record covers and a photo gallery. It just
Can you
looks
play
like
that song I was talking about from there?
I don't have a sound card, but they have songs on the thing.
I'll see if I can get it.
Okay.
Well, Eugene Levy shows off his singing talents in the movie A Mighty Wind, which opens, I guess, tomorrow. And here's a little sample of that, I hope.
It might be a little late for me.
Or not.
It's tough to get into, when you're in the nether regions of life. But, listen, everybody wants to be a rock and roll star. Music is the greatest high in the world. It's great to be able to make people laugh and stuff, but when you're up on stage, people are screaming and going nuts and fainting. That's about as good as it gets. So I think everybody would love to be up there with an instrument, bringing a crowd to its knees.
That's Eugene talking about, he sang, but he's too old to start a music career. And his other musical claim to fame was being a member of Northern Lights, a Canadian group that performed Tears Are Not Enough on the We Are the World album.
I was standing next to John Candy in the back row there. When you consider that, the Canada's creme de la creme of the music scene.
Hang on.
Now a message to everyone from the land. Yes, a mighty winds are blowing across the land and across the sea. It's blowing peace and freedom. It's blowing equality. Yes, it's blowing peace and freedom. It's blowing you and me.
it. All right, let me go back to Eugene.
Okay.
I was standing next to John Candy in the back row there. When you consider that, you know, the Canada's creme de la creme of the music scene, you know, from Joni Mitchell, Neil Young, and Bryan Adams.
Can you hear yourself at all?
No, you know, honestly, we just got a chance to do some chorus work.
That was my impersonation of a male reporter. Eugene says he had no idea that the speaking voice he came up with for Mighty Wind sounded a little bit like Ozzy.
I didn't make any Ozzy Osbourne connection until we were almost finished shooting, and because I happened to go home one night, I was flipping around, and his show came on, and I watched him, and I kind of went, "Oh my God, this guy's freaky. This is kind of what I'm doing." And the fact that he can go on stage and basically be Ozzy Osbourne, even though he looks like he can't get through 1 minute to the next in real life.
Levy says, remember he was also in Bringing Down the House, the Steve Martin and Queen Latifah movie, but he didn't keep any of the street lingo that he learned for that movie because he forgot it after making that film.
I have not slipped any of it in. It kind of stayed on the set. Straight tripping, you got the high points, you know, out the window. I can't even remember what it is now. You got me all something in the game, coiled up in the game.
Shell, here is special news correspondent Dave with a late-breaking bulletin. Dave, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, Dave, I just want to say something about, you know, Madonna was piping up there about, you know, not being popular to say things against Bush and that, you know, it's not democratic. When I feel that it is in fact, very democratic, that majority rule still says something in this country, that the majority of us still like Bush. You know, and that you know, we support him, and that those that want to trash talk him, like the Dixie Chicks or Madonna or whoever, Martin Sheen, that they're going to have to suffer the consequences of what they say. You know, the consequences of other people, you're going to become unpopular.
There are also a lot of people looking to be offended right now, you know, and I think maybe we should focus on what's going on with our troops and support them.
Exactly.
Because I think we all support the troops.
I support everybody. I support Bush. I support the troops.
I support everybody.
Well, you know, hey, America's a great place. You know, we're fortunate where we live.
Yeah.
You know, and
You're
you know,
here.
Madonna's just, you know, she's sitting there fat and happy, man. She's made a lot of money off this country, and she feels that she can just, you know, trash talk anything she wants.
She's made a lot of money internationally. She's not just this country.
But Dave's point is, the caller Dave's point is well taken in that if the polls are correct and it's around 63 to 35 and change, whatever.
Right.
63 to 35 is a blowout. And if you're on the losing end of that equation, you're going to be in Loserville in terms of public opinion, and you're going to suffer consequences from those 63%.
You know, the only thing that Madonna did was realize exactly what you're saying and say to herself, hey, as a businesswoman, I'm not going to put that video out. I think it would be stupid.
Well,
so, in effect, she's backing up your point.
Yeah, but then she says...
Anybody who has anything to say against the war or against, you know, the president or whatever is punished, and that's not democracy.
See, you think she's smart. You think she's smart by doing that. She saw the Dixie Chicks and Susan Sarandon, Janine Garofalo all getting nicked up by this thing. But then she comes out and she says that, which means that's kind of a but, you know? It's kind of a however.
Yeah, her political motivations weren't what pulled that off. It was strictly capitalist motivations which made her pull that video.
But she regrets it.
And she won't admit it.
And she's playing it like a string right now because, look, we're still talking about it, and now it's going to be released in a different form. We probably wouldn't... The original one would have probably just gone by without notice. Now it's hyped to the... Well, just like Swept Away, if the song doesn't sell...
Yeah, but a video with a hand grenade being thrown at the president, that's not going to go... that's not going to go by unnoticed.
Probably, yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. In this political climate, it certainly wouldn't have.
Figure it out.
So, in effect, what she's saying is true. If you have any opposition to the administration right now, you will be punished financially if you're an artist.
Yeah, figure it out.
Right. She did. That's what I'm saying. She's just not admitting it.
It's not that hard to figure out. You've seen the people before you suffer. So figure it out. Quit being such a mook.
Well, what do you say to the statement that that's not democracy, not being able to speak your opinion?
That's reality. Tough.
So, a democracy...
Yes, it is democracy because majority rules. I mean,
Right,
63 to 37, she's going to suffer the consequences financially if she put that out because 63 of the people she's going to offend. And she knows that because she looks at the polls.
According to the numbers today, if you want to go out and badmouth this, for every person who agrees with you, 2 people are going to hate you for it. It's not smart. It's stupid.
It is stupid. I agree with you. But is that hate valid? just because you oppose someone else's opinion, because you differ.
It's a matter of choice, though. It's a matter of personal choice. Are you going to
Could
buy
you
the
have a
record?
choice about your opinion?
Sure, but you can pay the consequences of it if that's not what you're famous for. If you're famous as an artist and that's what people are buying, you're always you're rolling the dice when you try to shave away from that body of populace that would like you. And then if you're going to express an opinion that might, separate them and erode at your own fan base, that's a personal risk she's taking.
The opinion expressors like Susan Sarandon, for example, I don't understand how they don't get this. They always wrap themselves in the First Amendment. Well, I have my opinion to say whatever I want. Well, that amendment does not guarantee you that people won't hate you for it.
Right.
All you get to do is say it.
Right.
That's it. Well, that's not very democratic. Nowhere is it protected that you're going to be regarded as a jerk if you say something. Okay, you got the freedom to say it.
Well, they want to be applauded for their opinions.
Forget
well,
it.
then they're going to have to suffer the consequences for their opinions as well. They can.
Yeah.
Well, there's so
It's
many
not like
things.
you go to jail for saying what you want, but, the First Amendment does not protect you from people hating you for saying
That's
what
right.
you have the right to say.
That's right.
And you know what? You brought up a good example when Lennon said we're bigger than Jesus. When the Beatles landed where? In London or New York? Because the fan was so huge. And look at what a difference that made. I mean, certainly growing up in Oklahoma, that was the buzz. Oh, the Beatles are the devil now. The Beatles are the devil now. And an offhanded remark that he didn't really think
It was cocky, and it was
meant much of
poorly
anything.
timed.
I
and
agree.
He might have been correct in the sense that more records were being sold that week than Bibles.
Right.
Whatever. Not a good choice of words.
But what year was it?
It was around. I'd have to look it up.
Late
but it was
60s?
no. It was still when they had before Sgt. Pepper's.
Well, it doesn't seem to hurt them.
Didn't seem to hurt him, but it did erode a little bit of the Beatlemania part of it.
It separated them from Elvis in that, they're not going to be all-American, white bread kind of.
And then, they ended up, doing the
bigger than
drugs, wearing the
everything,
long hair, and posing naked on covers with his beautiful wife.
Anyway.
Can I rescue us from this by talking about an artist that I know we all truly love?
Okay.
James Taylor. Of course, he pays tribute to his North Carolina roots in a song, and now the state is returning that compliment, naming a bridge in Chapel Hill for James Taylor, who mentioned the creek that it spans Morgan Creek in his song Copper Line. The bridge near James Taylor's boyhood home will be named James Taylor Bridge. That will be a plaque in honor of the singer. The Chapel Hill Museum, too, plans to feature a permanent exhibit on James Taylor's life. His father was the dean of the medical school at University of North Carolina. Taylor co-wrote Copper Line with a Duke University professor.
I have the Copper Line song here. You want to hear some
I'd
of it?
love to.
Oh, it's Copacabana. Sorry. That's as close as I can get for you.
There's no James Taylor?
Sorry. Thought I had it.
Thanks for trying. A TV note for tonight, if you're not up, set your VCR or TiVo to Letterman if you're a fan of Brian Regan, one of our show's favorites.
Oh, goody. Well, what's he going to be on?
He's going to be on Letterman. He'll do his shtick.
Excellent.
And he has a Comedy Central, that stand-up Comedy Central. Brian Regan, it's circulating amongst some of the other comedians.
Really?
When you tune in Comedy Central and there's a stand-up guy in that wonderful theater, he's got a good one going right now, too. So
I don't know if I've ever seen him live.
Very
I
funny.
can't wait for this.
He's got the great facial expressions to go with the vocal expressions. He's very funny.
Which is so funny, even
One
if
of
you
our
don't
favorites.
see him. Absolutely.
Well, it's a cup. Cup with dirt in it. I call it cup of dirt. Put an F on it. Move along down there.
He works completely clean, Brian Regan.
Yeah, he does.
I can't wait. Finally this morning.
Oh.
We all know, it's only been an hour-long newscast. We all know when you play with a homemade gun, there's a good chance you will
get a homemade hole in your head.
Shoot an eye out, especially if that gun is a potato gun.
Oh.
Now, if you're not a hooligan, a potato gun is more like a potato cannon.
Yeah.
The bazooka.
You take a PVC pipe, pour all kinds of hairspray in there, acts like gunpowder, and then you jam a whole potato into the pipe, light a fuse in the back, and watch the potato get launched about a half a mile. I guess that's the record.
Tailpipe.
Those can be deadly.
Some animal-loving boys in Denton, Texas were shooting live frogs out of their potato
Oh, my
gun
God.
when it started to misfire. So 17-year-old Daniel Berry took a look at it. Where are the bullets?
No more
He
bullets.
peered down the barrel and the gun went off. The blast was so powerful it blew off his eyelids.
Hey, frog face.
He's got a frog in his throat now.
Daniel's mom says if it had been a potato instead of a frog, it would have blown the top of his head off. He is blind now. He might be fitted for prosthetic eyes, but in the meantime, whenever he cries, it burns.
It blew his eyelids off?
Yeah.
That's got to be tough at night.
Gotta sleep in the dark.
Oh, man. Quit scaring him. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Sometimes nature just gets its justice.
That poor guy for the rest of his life. Well, how did you go blind? I was looking down the barrel of my frog gun. All right, thank you, Shel.
Yep.
Chainsaw Sports coming up next here on KGB, San Diego and KGBB Temecula.
Hey, this is Joe Perry, Tom Hamilton, and Steven Tyler from Aerosmith. You want to know what's up with our summer tour with Kiss? You want the skinny on our new record? Well, give us a call this Friday night and we'll give you the lowdown on the down low.
You yourself get to talk to Aerosmith and Kiss live on the KGB with us, Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw.
It's the Aerosmith Kiss 2003 Tour Special.
Tomorrow night at 7 on 101.5 KGB.
Millstone Premium Coffee has over 30 selections. Find the taste you'll love at your local retailer and visit www.millstone.com.
Looking for a straight deal on a motorcycle, scooter, personal watercraft, or ATV? Come get a new Honda. And instead of some deal that changes in a year or so, you get a straight deal on a new Honda with financing you'll understand. No down payment, no payments for the first 3 months. Plus a super low 6.9% fixed APR for up to 60 months on approved credit. It's a great time to get a new Honda because Fun Bike Center has lots of models to choose from. And up to $300 in bonus bucks if you buy a selected motorcycle or ATV from 2003 or prior model year. Buy gear, buy a helmet, buy just about anything in the dealership. Hurry into Fun Bike Center, 4689 Conway Street, Kearney Mesa for a great new Honda and cool bonus bucks. Remember, it's not just a deal, it's a straight deal, and it's from Honda. Financing available through American Honda Finance Corporation to qualified buyers. Payments example 60 monthly payments of $19.75 for each $1,000 financed. Offers good through April 30th, 2003. Other restrictions apply. See Fun Bike Center for details. Owned and operated by the Roundy family for 31 years.
As the owner of a small business, you have a front burner and a back burner. Calming down a client who's irate over a billing mistake? Front burner. Figuring out how the Phoenix shipment ended up in Philadelphia? Front burner. But comparing long-distance plans? Definitely back burner. Unless there's a really good reason to upgrade it to front burner status, like there is now. Get 3.6 cents a minute when you switch to SBC Long Distance with a 1-year term. Call now to lock in this incredibly low rate of 3.6 cents a minute and get the added bonus of consolidating your SBC local and long distance business phone service to one bill. SBC Long Distance. Now at the extra low rate of just 3.6 cents a minute. Seeing small business differently. Go to SBC.com or call 1-800-761-2020. Then put long distance right back on your back burner, where it belongs.
Limited time offer. This domestic direct dial service is provided by SBC Long Distance. $15 minimum monthly commitment required. Some plans must be direct billed. Taxes, fees, and any universal service funds extra. Offer excludes calling card calls.
You knew it was coming. It was just a matter of when. For a limited time, Ford will offer 0% for 5 years or $3,000 factory cash on Explorer, Explorer Sport, F-150, Ranger, Taurus, Crown Vic, Windstar, and Excursion. And for the first time ever, there's 0% for 5 years or $3,000 cash on the 2003 Ford Expedition. You've been waiting for the day when buying a new car or truck was as simple as this. 0% for 5 years or $3,000 cash. See your San Diego County Ford dealer today. Because an opportunity like this is simply too good to last.
Offer excludes Ford Track, Super Crew, SVT, and diesel models. Not all buyers will qualify for 60-month Ford credit, 0% APR Ford financing at $1,667 per month for $1,000 financed with 10% down. Take new retail delivery from dealer stock by 5503. See dealer for residency restrictions and complete details.
Thank you for calling Dave & Buster's. How can I help you?
Yeah, I read your ad that said Dave & Buster's is the place for my special event, and I just had a few questions.
Okay.
So, is this formal, or can I dress casual to my special event?
Is this a corporate meeting, sales meeting, or group function?
You tell me, you're the one throwing it.
Come again?
So, how many people will be at my special event?
Well, Dave & Buster's can accommodate groups of 20 to 2,000, and our buffets can do the same.
Oh, 2,000 people. Wow, you guys are going all out for my special event. Did I win some sort of contest?
Contest?
Yeah, I mean, this is my special event, right?
Sir, I think you're reading the ad wrong.
No, it says Dave & Buster's is the place for your special event, and your means me, right?
Right.
All right, we're agreed.
Whether there's 20 or 2,000 of you, Dave & Buster's can handle your special event. Meeting rooms, buffets, and team-building exercises. It's 50,000 square feet where you can work hard and play harder. Dave & Buster's. Serious food, outrageous fun.
Dave & Buster's, located at I-8 and 805.
Now here's something you'll want to get your hands on. The best theme park value in Southern California. Better known as the SeaWorld Fun Card. Yes, it's back. And right now, you can buy your 2003 card for the single-day admission price and come back again and again and again for the rest of this year on us. Purchase before April 30th, and you'll also get a bonus pack filled with great park savings and a special preview of our brand-new 4D attraction, R.L. Stein's Haunted Lighthouse, coming in the spring. Of course, with all the exciting events at SeaWorld throughout the year, you'll want to get your fun card earlier and not miss a thing. In fact, why are you still listening to me? Oh, right, you got to hear this. Purchase your fun card at the park, at SeaWorld.com, or by calling 866-SHAMU-FUN. Wait, I still have to say, fun cards are valid through December 31st, 2003. Some blackout dates and other restrictions apply. Okay, you can go now. Hopefully you didn't hear that, because that would mean you're still listening and not heading to SeaWorld or calling the number I gave you or booting up your computer so you can log on and
That grinding sound when you're shifting, that red stain on the driveway, slipping clutch, or maybe the transmission that keeps popping out of gear. They're all signs that you need to see the transmission professionals at AMCO. AMCO Transmission Specialists will give your powertrain, the whole thing, a look at no charge because they offer free external diagnosis.
Does your dick leave a mark when you park?
Oh. What color is it? Red? Green?
Mine's red, David.
Maybe that's what Paul Harvey needs to do. He needs to go to AMCO.
Take your dick to AMCO because they have the newest electronic test equipment. They can fix what's wrong with your dick or your transmission and get you back on the road.
Wow.
AMCO knows transmissions from the latest electronic models to classics and hot rods. 40 years in the business, 20 million transmissions on the road. AMCO are the transmission specialists with certified experts. I met with the folks at AMCO, and it's where I send my friends. AMCO Transmission Centers honor most extended vehicle warranties, and when you leave there, you'll leave there with an AMCO warranty that is the best in the business, valid coast to coast. Car, truck, van, SUV, manual, or automatic, there are 11 AMCOs in San Diego. For a job done right at a price that's right, call 1-800-GO-AA-MCO.
On the KGB, it's Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw with you. Here's listener Greg. What's going on, Greg?
How you doing this morning?
Tip top. Talk to me, Cuckoo.
You know, I don't understand people like McDonough. When they start their careers, they don't care what anyone else says. Then when they make millions, all of a sudden they watch what they say because they're afraid everyone's going to cut them off after they've taken a lot of money out of people's pockets.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Madonna harping about democracy like suddenly it became illegal for her to release a video, like there was a law against it. There's no law against it. You're the one who's just... Madonna, you're the one who's decided not to release your video. What are you moaning about democracy for?
And the only reason she's moaning about it is because she's not going to get paid if everyone gets pissed off at her and boycotts her.
She's going to lose her fan base.
Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you, Greg.
Bye.
I was telling Shelley during the commercial break, I'm astounded that, you know, people like Susan Sarandon and Tim Robbins, they've been making the rounds this week. Tim was on NBC on the Today Show.
About the Cooperstown thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Susan was on Comedy Central. And, you know, they get right to it. Hey, you know, how do you feel about this backlash against you? Oh, I don't get this, you know. Isn't this the country where everyone's got a freedom to their opinion? Yeah. But it doesn't mean that if you make an unpopular opinion that people won't hate you.
Yeah, your fans have opinions,
That's
too.
not in the amendment.
Right.
It cuts both ways, baby.
Go ahead, make your statements. You're free to do it. But don't be surprised when you make an unpopular opinion that most people will not like you for it. Where does it say that in the First Amendment?
Nowhere.
Nowhere. And I don't understand why none of these interviewers have said that to them.
Well, because these guys are a lot more entertaining as an interview if they keep talking this way.
Unless they go on the O'Reilly. It's not going to be a debate unless it's the O'Reilly factor.
Exactly.
So you're saying that the interviewers are purposely avoiding that little fact?
That is my guess.
That's the first thing I would say to them.
It could also be, though, that the interviewers don't feel that way.
And we don't want those people on our show anyway, so that's almost a moot point that way. I mean, the only people who are going to ask them are people like us who don't want them on our show.
But isn't it interesting, though, you know, Tim Robbins goes on NBC because the Baseball Hall of Fame has decided, you know what, we don't like your opinion on this whole thing, so we're canceling the 15-year anniversary special on Bull Durham that we were going to do.
Right.
And Tim Robbins is outraged by this. Well, I can't believe this. This is un-American. And Matt Lauer doesn't go, what's un-American about it? You get to make your opinion. No one stopped you from it. It's not against the law. But it's an unpopular opinion that you have. I don't understand why they don't say that to him. It's the first thing that I would say, and I'm an idiot. These guys like Tim Robbins and Susan Sarandon start moaning like they're constitutional scholars or something. And when a dope like me knows more about it, good Lord, I'm one of the dumbest guys I know.
Definitely.
Yes.
I mean, just as we know on this show, if we say something stupid, it comes back to haunt us.
Yeah, it's like we should be the stupidest people there are. And the fact that there are people even dumber than us is very astonishing.
But there is an atmosphere right now of inability. If you don't agree 100% with what's going on with our administration, you really need to keep your mouth shut.
I don't agree 100% with what's going on in our administration.
You're going to suffer for it because the majority's on the other side. And personally, I think the guy at Petrotsky, the guy at the Hall of Fame who made this decision, crapped on his own bed because he spoiled what would have been a terrific event because Sarandon and Robbins did not intend to make any political statements during this Bull Durham festival. And if he was concerned about that, he could call them up on the phone and say, hey, look, you guys, we want you here. Could we make it a political? Right. Could we make an agreement to make it politically free? And I would bet you that Robbins and Sarandon would have complied in a way that would have been perfectly acceptable and it would have avoided this whole mess. Instead, the guy strong-armed and grandstanded, and he regrets it because now he realizes he crapped in his own event.
He does?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
I have read indications to that effect, yes.
Huh? Well, their track record does not indicate that they're going to go along with the rules. I'm sure that's what...
I still disagree with that, though, Dave. I think at the Academy Awards, she was very reserved.
I'm not using the Academy Awards as an example. I'm not.
Don't you think that the interview shows that they've been on have brought them on? This is my point. I think interview programs, in a way, are either using them or they agree with their opinion.
Both.
Because they are much more interesting to interview if they have an opinion that is not the majority.
And they have a legitimate beef now because I think this Hall of Fame guy made a miscalculation. But, of course, Robbins and Sarandon are taking it too far and calling it demagoguery and this is the type of thing that Saddam Hussein... all those things.
Well, and it's like yesterday when Boyer said, there were some people who were protesting in Iraq, and they were saying, no Saddam Hussein, no USA. And the feeling was, well, we came over here to save you. How can you say that? But again, they're expressing their unpopular opinion, which probably won't be the majority when everything is settled down and said and done. And we're the ones who went over there to liberate and introduce them to democracy. So I don't think that we can be hypocritical by saying, no, you can't say that unless you agree with us.
No one's saying you can't say anything.
Well, I'm addressing Boyer here on this one. I'm saying that it might not be popular for them to say no USA because we're the ones who did come in and liberate them. But again, if we're introducing them to democracy, what irony is it if we tell them to sit down and shut up?
Well, you're welcome to say it, but it's totally out of place.
Maybe so.
It's certainly rude.
It's not going to work.
Yeah.
It's certainly inappropriate.
Bottom line, it's not going to work.
But inappropriate and rude aren't illegal. So
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't. You know what? In this nation of freedom of choice, I don't really have a problem with what this guy at the Baseball Hall of Fame did. The Robbins and Sarandon have the freedom of choice to make their opinions, and the guy who's running the Hall of Fame has the freedom of choice whether to show a movie or not.
He has the freedom of choice. It was a stupid one for his own body. That's my feeling. It was a stupid one for the Hall of Fame because now he crapped on his own event.
Well, in a sense, are you saying that he made a bigger deal out of it than would have been made if he just quietly done this little thing?
Yeah.
You know.
Or just ask them not to say anything quietly in back channels. Right. Now he's ruined what would have been a nice festival event with a lot of people coming in the Cooperstown Hall of Fame making a lot of money.
Yeah. When is it?
I don't know exactly when it is.
And it's ruined now?
Well, I think it's crap. I don't think it's going to be as fun.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? The movie isn't going to be shown?
No, because of the celebrities coming in. Because Costner has decided, you know what, I'm not going to go either because it's a mess now. And so, you know, I mean, little town of Cooperstown, which I have attended, it's very small, and you get star power like Robbins and Costner and Sarandon there and celebrating a great baseball movie. That's a big weekend for Cooperstown. And now it's not going to happen. It crapped on his own event.
His preemptive
He has the right to do that as the boss of that thing, but I don't think it's going to go too well for the Hall of Fame shareholders. Because it is an independent body outside of Major League Baseball.
Shareholders of the Hall of Fame?
I don't know if they're shareholders per se, but the Hall of Fame is not a Major League Baseball operation.
So there are investors.
It's private. Yeah, I mean, it's a private thing.
All right, let's get a final sports update for the day. Here's the Chainsaw on KTV, and good morning.
Well, good morning, and thank you, David, and hello again, everybody in the sports world. Junior Seau thinks Junior Seau is going to have a lot of fun wearing that Junior Seau jersey for the Miami Dolphins.
Junior Seau needed the Miami Dolphins more than the Miami Dolphins needed Junior Seau.
What?
For that, it calls for one thing. This organization is doing everything possible to commit themselves to winning the ring.
It's official, number 55 in orange and teal will return to Qualcomm October 27th as the Chargers host the Dolphins on Monday Night Football. At Dodger Stadium last night, the Padres lost 3-zip and lost their starting catcher on this play.
Green off second, Jordan off first, the 3-0. Long shot right field. McGriff's out of the slump. That's going all the way to the wall. Bouncing to the right field corner. On to score is Green. Here comes Jordan. Here comes the throw. What a collision at home plate, and the ball comes free. And the run scores on a big-time collision. The Dodgers have a 3-0 lead, and into third base goes Fred McGriff on the throw home.
Yes, that's right. The former All-Pro NFL safety Brian Jordan crashed into our catcher Gary Bennett. Look at the way Bennett's knee is positioned in today's UT Sports page. Ouch. 15-day disabled list for starters. 7 and 8 Padres play the 6 and 9 Dodgers again tonight from Dodger Stadium. First pitch 7:10. Last night at the Sports Arena, Doc Galls beat Bakersfield 5-2 to take a commanding 3-1 lead in the best-of-7 semifinals of the West Coast Hockey League. Game 5 tomorrow night. Doc Galls can close it out and then advance to the finals. And look at those Anaheim Mighty Ducks of the NHL swept the defending Stanley Cup champion Detroit Red Wings 4-0 with last night's 3-2 win. One and done for Detroit. The Ducks will play on. Meanwhile, in the National Bet.
Oh, I'm really not hungry. Couldn't we just sit over here? I want to be near you. I want you to hold me. Oh, hold me closer. Closer. Closer.
If I hold you any closer, I'll be in back of you.
Skip-Ball Association. While Michael Jordan scored 15 points in his final game, a 20-point loss to Philadelphia, the Lakers showered Golden State to secure the number 5 spot in the Western Conference playoff structure. The 3-time defending champs will open the playoffs Sunday at Minnesota. And finally, this day in sports history, the legendary Willie Mosconi. What sport did he play? Shelley Dunn?
Willie Mosconi. Baseball?
Come on. Pool. Billiards.
Ah.
On this day in history, Willie Mosconi sunk 150 consecutive balls in a billiard tournament in 1956, well short of Wilt Chamberlain's record of 20,000. In other sports, David?
I was just reading, I don't know the guy's name at the Baseball Hall of Fame, but he said he would do it all over again.
Really?
Yep.
Well, then he's an idiot. In my view. I heard
he would do it all over again.
On ESPN, I think I know what I heard. On ESPN Radio, the discussion was of the opinionators that they think that he should regret it. So I misquoted him or misalluded to that. But I also believe that he should regret his decision to do that because he ruined his own event.
He doesn't.
He's sticking to it, kind of that Hootie Johnson thing. Almost like...
I don't think Hootie's wrong.
Well, I think he regrets taking that hard of a stand because I think he opened the door for Martha Burke to, come showering in and invade that place with her 17 people.
I think they both lost on that one. I think they both look like idiots on that one.
Yes, I agree.
Really?
And,
yeah.
God, I think I like the way Hootie did that. I mean, where the money is, you always follow the money, Money talks and bull jive walks, and Hootie stepped up and said, okay, then forget it. We won't have any advertisers.
He didn't have to be so heavy-handed about it. He could have just kept her at bay, and she probably would have just stayed away a little bit. Said, oh, we're considering that. Thank you very much. Instead, he put the hammer down.
They're not considering it.
Fine. He could BS her then.
That's not the way I deal with those broads.
Well.
Right. Just be an a-hole right to their face. That's good. Tease the monster a little bit more.
They were being pretty offensive, The people who are a member of this club are some pretty big names in business. And they were saying to these people, hey, you, chairman of so-and-so company, if you think it's okay for clubs to discriminate against women, you need to stand up in front of a microphone and admit it to the world. And it's like,
but wasn't that after?
Back off.
But wasn't that after the initial letter that Martha it was kind of a calm letter suggesting, hey, why don't you reconsider allowing women into your club? And I guess the feeling was we'd like to network with the other Fortune 500 CEOs because they play there.
Well, the response from Hootie wasn't F you.
I thought it was.
No, it wasn't. It was, we're a private club. We make our own rules. When we're ready to change our rules, we will change them when we're ready.
And then he came out with a subsequent quote that said, we're not going to, and I'm not sure if that was in the letter or not, but he came out with the statement, we're not going to change rules at the point of a knife or point of a sword.
Bayonet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what? What's wrong with it?
It inflamed I believe it inflamed the issue unnecessarily and gave Martha Burke more power to appear on more shows and harp a little louder.
She didn't get anything out of her cause.
She got a lot of airtime and FaceTime.
Are you kidding me? I know more about the Masters because of this than if it had just gone.
That wasn't her cause.
If he had just.
That was not her cause.
But I'm saying.
I said she didn't get anything done for her cause.
I know, but he brought more light to it by doing it that way, by not being diplomatic, by not being empathetic.
He brought more distraction to the Masters than otherwise would have occurred had he been more diplomatic. I believe that because even the players and all this stuff. Let's just play golf, and the members too brought on some attention that I am speaking for them without their permission. It brought on some publicity that was kind of annoying.
Chainsaw, do you feel that you have the right to go over to the Padres front office and tell them how to run their ball club and demand that they take you seriously and then start gathering other people with your opinion?
No, I don't.
Well, that's what she's doing.
I agree with that. I'm not a Martha Burke supporter at all, but I think the Padres, if they were smart, they'd ignore me.
Because
if the Padres said to you, we're not interested, we know what we're doing over here. Because that's what Hootie Johnson did to Martha Burke.
I think he was a little more in her face than that.
I
and the
agree.
bottom line
He wrote a letter.
He is a private club. The Supreme Court is going to come down on his side if it ever came to that.
And knowing how reactive Martha Burke was, the tone of that letter was a punchback.
Right.
I mean, didn't
she throw the first punch?
Yes.
So what?
Well, the punchback, he had to know if he was diplomatically shrewd that it's just going to start a war.
Right.
And it did. That's my belief. He could have calmed it right there. He could have nipped it in the bud.
You're sure about that, huh?
I believe that. You can't turn back history.
She doesn't strike me as the type of woman who would have just gone away with a diplomatic, hey, we'll think about it.
Well,
but we'll never know.
His punchback gave her more power because it pissed her off.
But she didn't do anything. She didn't accomplish anything.
It escalated her argument to where she got on more talk shows and became more neener-neenerish, and it became way bigger than it would have been, I believe, if he had just diplomatically said, okay, we're working, or we'll consider it, but thank you.
With all the power and all the exposure that she got out of it, she showed herself to be an ass.
Yes, she did.
So what good did she do?
So did he.
I don't think so. I disagree with that.
She didn't do a damn bit of good but distract the Masters, and I don't think that served the Masters well.
I see that as a big deal. Distracted the Masters. Where? I mean, so maybe the players were distracted a little bit. Big deal. Got a great 4-day event out of the thing. I looked at the rain on Thursday as being a much bigger problem for the Masters than Martha Burke.
Seems to me as if, based on what one of you said, where she wanted to bring into the into the discussion, the club members, the corporate CEOs, that she was looking for a fight.
Oh.
Totally antagonistic and looking for a fight.
So was Hootie,
And
though.
they're...
No, he wasn't. He was defending his position. He didn't say, "Hey, does anyone have a problem, by the way, with us not allowing women?" I mean, he was sitting there at work doing his job, and they came in after him.
And nothing that he could have said, short of, "Bring on the chicks," would have satisfied her.
I disagree with that, and I don't think you really can say that because that's a part of the future we'll never know. He did react the way he acted. It got up in her face. It pissed her off. She did what she did. She didn't have a lot of backing behind her. And you know how I feel about it. I have no big boner for trying to get women into that club. It's a private club. I have no big boner for saying that the Boy Scouts shouldn't have gay scout leaders. They're a private club. The Supreme Court has upheld that.
Hey, Charlie, you're on the KGB. What's going on?
How you doing, Dave?
Tip-top. What's up, bud?
Chainsaw's right. The guy at the Hall of Fame, he's out of line. Baseball isn't supposed to be political. And if you're running the Hall of Fame, that's kind of like a sacred trust. You're in charge of the Hall of Fame. I mean, baseball fans across the country. He canceled. What he did is he canceled the whole celebration of probably one of the best baseball movies ever before anything was done. I mean, he kind of gave Tim Robbins a little bit of credence to his argument that he was being picked on.
It gave Tim Robbins power just by that heavy-handedness. Otherwise, if he'd have just called him in the back channel and asked him, please don't do this, I bet Tim would have complied.
But he obviously didn't believe that Tim and Susan were going to be safe guests.
Well, see, but I don't think they would have said anything anyway, because...
Well, you don't, but he did.
Right, well...
Instead what he gave them was a big format on morning television. Of how Tim Robbins was on for an hour talking about this.
Right.
He gave them a huge format, whereas if he had just said, all right, and like Chainsaw says, call him aside ahead of time and say, look, if you think that you're going to have to talk about the war, we're really going to have to...
But he didn't believe that they would keep their word.
And maybe that
so
was
what do you do?
guidance on his part.
Preemptive strike? And
That's what Hootie did.
Didn't even give him a chance.
Right. Well, he's right.
No, the guy's wrong. I mean...
It is right, but I think it's stupid.
I don't think they would have said anything, because everything I've seen them on, like I've seen Susan Sarandon on the talk shows, and like Shelley said, she was on the Academy Awards and didn't say anything. The only time I've seen them say anything is like at a protest or something like that. I think they probably would.
You haven't been watching enough, then.
You know what, Charlie?
These people are famous for speaking out.
Charlie, I would have been worried. If I'm that Petrosky guy, I would have been worried that they would say something. You bet I would.
Right.
And if I was holding this event, I would call them beforehand and definitely, firmly request that they don't. And if there's any indication that they do, then I might take that step. But to do it preemptively, I thought was a mistake.
And what if... I think they would have honored it if he'd have said, hey, can we keep this about baseball in the movie and let's not bring politics into it?
Go ahead.
But you can't trust people. You just cannot trust people. Look at Michael Moore.
That's my question to you. What do you do if they get up there...
They break the rules all the time.
You guys know Michael Moore was being honored for being what he did up there on the podium.
Yeah, but he broke the rules.
He could not. There was no rule that said they couldn't say that.
There was
They
an
asked him
absolute policy that was laid out. We are not going to talk about politics at this Academy Award.
And if you're Michael Moore, how can you make the movie that you made and not and the book that he's written?
He broke the rule.
And
clearly.
I know he broke the rule, and I came back the next day.
Why is
saying
it when
thought
I
he was a
say
good
it,
turn
no,
for
he didn't break the
baseball.
rules, he says it, oh, all right, he broke the rules.
Michael Moore would never get that much publicity unless given that kind of opportunity. I mean, he got more ink for that than he ever did for any of his movies. He took advantage of that situation.
Yeah.
But with the Baseball Hall of Fame guy, he I guess he was formerly with the Reagan administration or something.
Yep.
And so that just gave Tim Robbins the opportunity to say, okay, well, now this is the Republicans lashing out at me because of my thing, and stuff. If they'd have gone out there and he'd have said to them off to the side, please don't politicize this, and they'd have gotten up there and done it anyway, they just would have made themselves look like bigger fools. But in this case, I think the guy who's running the Hall of Fame wound up looking like the fool.
Thank you, Charlie.
You bet, buddy. Love your show.
Thanks. I love yours. I don't know if it's true, Chainsaw, but we had a listener call and say the entire event has been canceled.
Really?
Yeah. Now, I was not able to confirm that.
I believe it.
But that's what one listener had said. Whole event canceled. That's a shame.
Yeah. If Tim Robbins and Susan Sarandon had promised me, I would have believed them.
And what do you do if you're wrong?
I think that's a little bit of a naive way about going out. Those people have a track record.
I would have believed them. If they would have given me their word, I would have believed them, and if they broke their word, then they'd pay.
How?
In one way. I don't know how.
Beat them up.
I might have to just go kick their ass.
All right.
Put them on a car and drive them off the Grand Canyon. All right, Thelma. It's 10:34, or was it Louise? 53 seconds. This is your 101.5 KGB Sports Network. Oh, my.
The Chainsaw brought to you by Express Tire, where all Cooper tires are on sale, and they must go. Call 1-888-EXP Tire. That's Express Tire.
Chevy continues to drive the nation. Right now, qualified buyers get 0% APR financing for 60 months on every 2003 Chevy, Silverado, Impala, Trailblazer, Malibu, Tahoe, Cavalier, Avalanche, Suburban. Every new Chevy. No exceptions or exclusions. Monthly payment is $16.67 for every $1,000 you finance. Average example down payment is 12.1%. Some customers will not qualify. See dealer for details. Take delivery by 4/30/03. Chevy's taking you from 0 to 60 with a sweeping offer. 0% APR financing for 60 months on every 2003 Chevy. It's easy to make offers like these when you're in overdrive. See your local Chevy dealer.
Have a good night's sleep on us. Mattress Discounters. Lay on it. Play on it. Save on it. Pray on it. Think on it. Drink on it.
Save big during Mattress Discounters special purchase sale. Save between 10% and 30% off selected top name brand mattresses, including Sealy Posturepedics and Simmons Beauty Rests. Thanks to Mattress Discounters' huge buying power, we've made a special purchase of some of our best-selling Simmons Beauty Rest and Sealy Posturepedic sets. For example, queen sets normally priced at $999 are now only $699. That's a $300 savings. You'll find similar savings on king sets as well. Don't miss Mattress Discounters' special purchase sale going on now.
Have a good night's sleep on us. Have a good night's sleep on us. Mattress Discounters.
Don't you hate worrying about your long-distance bill?
Okay, kids, we're calling Grandma. It's a long-distance call, so we gotta be fast, okay?
Okay. All right.
Well, now there's SBC All-Distance Connections. It's both your local home service and unlimited nationwide long-distance for just $48.95 a month.
Hello? Okay, go!
Hi, Grandma. I had a baseball game yesterday, and we won. I got one hit, and then we had ice cream. I had choir practice, and we sang all about history, and we're going to go see a movie tomorrow.
Right now, you'll also get voicemail, caller ID, and more.
Hi, Grandma. Did you get the birthday card I sent you? Can you make us one of those chocolate cakes next time?
Whoa, sweetie, no time for questions.
SBC All-Distance Connections. Just $48.95 for calls anytime, anywhere in the U.S. from your home phone.
Good game, good singing. Enjoy the movie. Got the card, the cake's baked, my gallbladder shot, and I'm coming to live with you.
Say goodbye to worrying about your long-distance bill and say hello to SBC All-Distance Connections. Visit SBC.com or call 1-877-PIC-SBC to sign up and to find the right combination of services for you. Long distance provided and priced by SBC Long Distance. Requires subscription to residential SBC California Local Service and Value Solutions. Standard voicemail provided by SBC Messaging. Excludes calling card calls, taxes, fees, and universal service funds and installation. Availability and terms can change.
He's the 5 of clubs and the most wanted deck. A half-brother of Saddam Hussein was caught by U.S. Special Forces. Get the latest news 24 hours a day on News Radio 600 KOGO.
Are you ready for the wildest offer of the year? How about unlimited safaris at the San Diego Wild Animal Park for the rest of the year? All for the price of one admission. Just $26.50 for adults and $19.50 for kids. It's called the Safari Pass, and it's only available until May 31st. A trip to the Wild Animal Park is like a trip to Africa. You can ride the Wogasa Bush Line Railway and see giraffes, rhinos, and cheetahs. And now, with the Safari Pass, you can go again and again. The sooner you get your Safari Pass, the more adventures you can take. So visit the Wild Animal Park today and be a wild thing.
Safari Pass is not valid with any other discounts. Some restrictions apply. Be sure to visit the San Diego Wild Animal Park's interactive Butterflies and Orchids event through April 27th.
Uh-oh. Oh, your little girl just spilled ice cream on the dog and you didn't capture the moment.
You could try staging it.
Take two.
But what if the dog's not into it? Whoa, never mind. Ritz Camera can help you with what you can control. Get the super compact Fujifilm FineFix 401 digital camera for just $299.99. And this week you'll save $170 because we're also giving away the digital docking station free. Of course, all digital cameras come with our exclusive Digital Advantage. $300 worth of free software, rebates, and coupons. In 35mm land, Nikon's newest, the M75 with 28 to 90 autofocus zoom. So advanced yet so simple. And just $339.95 at Ritz Camera.